Chapter 1. 1. Don't listen, don't listen. Profound Sky Realm, Qingzhou. Qingzhou is one of the four major states in the Profound Sky Realm, with a vast expanse. This state has produced many talents since ancient times, and the most famous one is the sword cultivator. In Qingzhou, sword cultivation accounts for at least 70% of the practitioners. Even ordinary people in the secular world have a unique preference for swords. Children's favorite toy is the wooden sword. Wearing a long sword is also the best decoration. This is the great state of swords. The most famous sect in Qingzhou is the Sword Sect located in the center of Qingzhou. The Sword Sect has a total of 300 affiliated sects all over Qingzhou, and Momin is one of them. At this moment, at the Danqing Peak where Momin is located, there is a curvaceous young girl in a green shirt, carrying a girl with a round face up the mountain. The girl looked 16 or 17 years old, tall and slender, with long legs. The waist of the cyan gown is like the dividing line between the upper body and the hips and legs, revealing her perfect proportions of long legs. The girl's name is Lu Dongli, her father's surname is Lu, she was born on the winter solstice, and her mother loves to eat pears, hence the name. She also has an older brother named Lu Chaoga, whose name doesn't make any sense. This name is the father who opened a book at random, turned 2 pages, selected the first word of each page, and pieced it together to form the word Chaoga. It is worth mentioning that the girl wears a long sword on her waist, and there is a waist card of Momin hanging on her waist, both of which show her identity. She is a sword cultivator. The little girl on Lu Dongli's back has big eyes, and is very juicy, and her face is also chubby, making people want to pinch it. The cute round face should be ravaged. The little girl looked like a well-behaved type, and said to Lu Dongli in a milky voice, "Master, why don't you take me up the mountain, aren't you able to fly?" In the eyes of the little girl, Master is the most beautiful person she has ever seen in her life, and also the most powerful person. The girl named Lu Dongli pursed her lips and smiled. Although she looked immature, her temperament and demeanor were more calm than her peers. She was very satisfied with this new disciple that she picked up at the foot of the mountain. Ahem, she was a new disciple, so she answered patiently. "Xiaqiu, this is your first time going up the mountain. As a teacher, I want you to familiarize yourself with the environment of Danqing Mountain. On the way up the mountain, I happen to inform you of the sect rules, and there are some words that the master wants to focus on telling you. Let's talk." "Master, I will listen carefully." The little girl blinked, very well behaved. Lu Dongli nodded slightly, the sun shone on her delicate pink neck, and in her calm but pleasant voice, she told the rules of the sect. After speaking, she began to introduce Momin. "Xiaqiu, in addition to you, we have 7 outer disciples in Momin. They are your brothers and sisters. Among them, 6 are my disciples, and the other one is your uncle's disciple." The little girl was stunned for a moment, and Tong Yen Wuji said, "Ah. Master has more disciples than the master. Does this mean that the master is more powerful than the master?" Lu Dongli raised his hand and flicked Xiaqiu's forehead lightly, and said solemnly, "Be careful." Xiaqiu realized that she had said the wrong thing, and immediately shut up. Obediently, Lu Dongli moved her slender legs, continued to climb the steps, and introduced, "Your master, Shishir, is the elder brother of Shishir, and he is 6 years older than Shishir. Therefore, you must respect it in the future. Respect him better than me, but..." After she said the word "but," she had a very serious expression on her face, as if the content behind her was particularly important, which made Xiaqiu nervous. However, you have to keep in mind in your daily life, don't imitate his temperament. Ah? Xiaoqiu was stunned for a moment, but did not expect that what the master said was actually this. When she was young. I can't help but wonder, what kind of temperament is the headmaster? Seemingly seeing the doubts of his little apprentice, Lu Dongli narrowed his eyes with a helpless expression, and said, your master and uncle's temperament can be described with the words he invented, that is, pull. Master, what do you mean by dragging? Xiaoqiu couldn't understand. Lu Dongli shook his head and said, you don't need to understand the word, you just need to know that the appearance of your uncle in charge is what it means. To drag the word. Oh. Xiaoqiu replied obediently. Lu Dongli raised her head and glanced at the top of Danqing Peak, as if recalling the past, she couldn't help sighing. Lu Dongli has been precocious since he was a child, and has a stable temperament. He makes plans for everything before moving. His cultivation is also one step at a time. Steady. And her brother, who was 6 years older than her, was completely different. He is so ordinary, yet so confident. In addition to having a good-looking skin, my brother's cultivation and talents in many aspects are really unremarkable. But in this case, since he was a child, he believed that he was the one chosen by heaven, the son of luck, and a character like the protagonist of the novel. She thought that her brother's self-confidence was innate, until she asked Lu Chaoge once, only to see him raise his head, look at people through his nostrils. His eyes were deep, and he looked up at the night sky at a 45-degree angle, clearly not yet there. During the voice change period, he squeezed out a voice that was not very low, and said solemnly but extremely arrogantly, Xiaolizi, that's because you don't know where your brother came from, and you don't know that your brother has already seen through the essence of this huge sky-profound realm. Since then, Lu Dongli has determined that his brother is not born with self-confidence. He is stunned. He is sick. Of course she knows where her brother came from. Isn't it all born from her mother's belly, just like herself? As for seeing through the essence of the profound sky realm, even the sect master of the sword sect dare not say such words? But she couldn't understand the answer her brother gave her. It's just a game. I'm in the game world. And the words and deeds of my brother on weekdays are even more indescribable. 3 years ago, when my parents passed away, my brother cried so hard that he fainted. Before he fainted, he also talked nonsense. He had lived for more than 40 years, and his parents gave him a warmth he had never had before. At that time, he was obviously not yet 20 years old. Where did he come from? 40 years? Maybe a typo. What's even more outrageous is that after the death of his parents, although my brother was sad, he obviously became more confident. This caused him to pull even more. There is a word that he often talks about, which Lu Dongli can't understand at all. What he said is the main character template. He often said that he was the protagonist template, but he didn't tell Lu Dongli what the protagonist template was. And what does this have to do with the death of our parents? Ever since she learned to flexibly use the word pull, coined by her brother, thoughts have been circling in her mind from time to time. Why does my brother live so stubbornly? Why does he live so dragged? How dare he? And his brother's behavior has deepened Lu Dongli's determination to cultivate steadily. If she doesn't practice well and then stands behind her brother, then maybe one day, her brother will be beaten to death. After all, the outside world is actually very dangerous. Although Lu Dongli didn't walk fast, he slowly walked to the top of the mountain, and then stopped. Xiaoqiu was lying on Master's back, widening her round eyes, and looking forward. She saw a man in a thin green shirt with his hands behind his back, facing the cold wind, looking up at the sky. Xiaoqiu can swear that if the master is the most beautiful woman she has ever seen, then the person in front of her is the most handsome man she has ever seen. But the man's next words made her heart skip half a beat, leaving an indelible trace in her young mind. Heaven doesn't give birth to me, Lu Chaoge, Tianxian is like a long night. The man in the blue shirt muttered to himself. Lu Dongli's beautiful face showed a helpless look. She put down Xiaoqiu on her back, raised her hands, covered Xiaoqiu's little ears, and before blocking it, she said, "Don't listen." Chapter 2. 2. As I expected. Momin, Danqing Peak, at the top of the peak. The little girl Xiaoqiu's ears are being covered by her master, Lu Dongli. The master's slender hands are slightly cold, but very soft. Xiaoqiu's attention, however, was not on the master at all. She was attracted by the man in front of her. The little girl whose ears were covered widened her watery eyes. In her short life, it was the first time she had seen such a person with such a temperament. The feeling of this man is completely different from others. It's very much like everyone's impressions when they turned on the TV and saw the hero of an idol drama for the first time when they were young. Although Xiaoqiu is not very old, he can still understand some of the words of the man in the blue shirt. Heaven does not give birth to me, Lu Chaoge, Tianxian is like a long night. Okay. It's amazing. Before going up the mountain, she had imagined what the practitioners on the mountain looked like. The scene in front of her was undoubtedly beyond her imagination. The child is too simple, so simple that he has not contracted embarrassing cancer. Is this the legendary Sect master? Xiaoqiu, who had never seen anything in the world, was completely attracted by this unique temperament. But at this time, she couldn't help thinking of Master's warning. Master said, "Don't learn from the master and master." Lu Dongli put down his hands, covering Xiaoqiu's ears, with a helpless look on his face, raised his hands to salute the man in blue, and said, "Meet the sect." Master. Xiaoqiu followed suit, and said in a milky voice, "Bye, meet the master and uncle." The man in the blue shirt turned his back to the two, nodded slightly, and said, "No gift." The helplessness on Lu Dongli's face became more and more intense. She knew very well some of her brother's little habits. For example, in some public places, he liked to talk with his back to others. Oh yes, today is still a full moon night. She almost forgot that on the night of the full moon, her brother would definitely go outside the house for activities. He would put his hands behind him, leaving a tall and straight back, then looked up at the moon and said some nonsense. In Lu Dongli's eyes, this is my brother's monthly impromptu performance. Brother, she is Xiaoqiu, my new disciple. Lu Dongli raised his hand and patted Xiaoqiu's head lightly, introducing. Lu Chaoge continued to look up at the moon and said lightly, "Not bad." Xiaoqiu only felt that the head was very powerful, and he knew that I was very good without even looking at himself. Child, you are very lucky to enter my momin. Lu Chaoge said solemnly. This may be the creation of your life. Lu Dongli looked down at his toes, really wanting to pick a seam and dig in. Xiaoqiu is extremely talented, and it is not difficult to join the sword sect. And Momin is just the bottom of the 300 sects under Jianzong, and accepting Xiaoqiu as a disciple is purely an act of stealing. What luck, what great fortune, it really embarrassed me. Of course, she also knew in her heart that her brother said these words because he, as the head of Momin, had unspeakable confidence. After all, he believed that he was the chosen one, and to follow him was to follow the way of heaven. If you look at it this way, what is this not creation? Lu Dongli glanced down at Xiaoqiu, and saw that she was staring at her brother. curiously, and quickly cried out in her heart, "Not good. I can't let them get along any longer. We'll teach bad children." She didn't want her new apprentice to be contaminated. In her eyes, Xiaoqiu is a well-behaved and obedient child, much precocious than children of the same age. As long as she teaches carefully, she will definitely be a stable female sword cultivator like herself. So good. Little Momin, to have such a head, is enough. Therefore, don't stay here for long. Brother, Xiaoqiu should be tired too, I'll take her to rest first. Lu Dongli suggested. Go. Lu Chaoga said. After getting the approval, Lu Dongli took Xiaoqiu and walked in, and walked faster and faster. Xiaoqiu turned back 3 times, but Lu Dongli seemed to regard the head as a beast and said solemnly, "Don't look back." She knows how strong her brother's assimilation power is. Her eldest disciple stayed with her brother for 3 days when she first entered the school, and it took her 3 years to reluctantly reverse her eldest disciple's character. After Lu Dongli and Xiaoqiu walked away, Lu Chaoga no longer looked up at the moon, but turned to look at the backs of 2 figures, one large and one small. He glanced at Xiaoqiu casually, and then muttered to himself. Name, Xiaoqiu. Root bone, 8. Kendo qualification, 8. Opportunity, 9. I don't know where Xiaolizi picked up this child. All these attributes are very high. Lu Chaoga was very satisfied. But when he thought that this child was chance 9, he was relieved. It's not that we picked her up, it's that she had a high chance and was fortunate to meet us. Lu Chaoga nodded secretly, agreeing. It's been 21 years since I came to Tianxian realm. Lu Chaoga muttered to himself. It's so good, why did it somehow travel into the game? Lu Chaoga couldn't understand. Yes, the world he lives in now is a game called Tiangxuanji that he played on Earth in his previous life. In the 22nd century, the game industry has developed to an unimaginable level, and people seem to be in a whole new world. The birth of Tiangxuanji turned out to be a sensation. Some players even open their minds and say that everyone is transformed into a projection of high latitudes. In fact, everyone is not playing games, but descending into a real other world. But Lu Chaoga never imagined that he would actually cross over. In his previous life, he was a super rich second generation, but his parents had their own careers, and they were divorced because of various reasons. To put it bluntly, his parents are a bit playing their own way. Growing up, he hardly felt the warmth of home. All I felt was the cold banknotes. Oh, you reading www.sonicmtl.com is just a bunch of numbers in carry. Therefore, he is fully immersed in Tianxian realm, and he is also one of the well-known players in Tianxian realm. The biggest feature is the ability to pay money. Pull a horse. Who would have thought that during the guild battle one night, he held a fairy sword and flew to the front of more than 100 players in the hostile guild, and said loudly, "Haha, you more than 100 rookies have been surrounded by Lao Su." He was about to slash wildly like chopping vegetables, and he slashed directly, and inexplicably passed through. It's just strange that, except that he can still obtain experience points, and the function of detection is still there, which allows him to see other people's aptitudes and attributes. The rest of the functions in the game are locked. Even if he can get experience points, he can't rely on experience points to level up. With his golden fingers not fully opened, he is earth-shatteringly handsome. But in other respects, he seems a little unremarkable. But that didn't affect his state of mind. Lock it, unlock it sooner or later. Can the protagonist not have a golden finger? 21 years have passed, and Lu Chaoge is still very sure about this, and has never doubted himself. The mentality of the chosen person is rock solid, and he has never wavered in the slightest. At this moment, a system prompt sounded suddenly in his ear. Ding! The internal test of the game is imminent, some functions have been unlocked. Lu Chaoge's expression did not change in the slightest, neither shocked nor overjoyed. He just bowed his head slightly, then smiled crookedly, showing a little evil charm and madness. Only to hear him snort softly. Oh, as I expected. Chapter 3. 3. Get the task. Lu Chaoge stood beside the cliff, facing the cool breeze at night, with a look of as expected on his face. After hearing the system prompt, he skillfully opened his character panel to check his own panel information. As I thought, it's an NPC template, Lu Chaoge said. He has now crossed into the Tianxian realm. Doesn't it mean that he has become an NPC, non-player character, in the game? But fortunately, he seems to have all the functions that the player has, but for the time being only part of it is open, and part of it is locked. Lu Chaoge continued to browse, and the panel information is as follows. Name, Lu Chaoge. Race, human. Level, level 10. Initial Great Perfection. Health, 510/510. Spirit value, 1295/1300. Note, when Lu Dongli and Xiaoqiu went up the mountain just now, the wind stopped. Lu Chaoge used the spirit wind technique once and blew the corners of his clothes. Root bone, 1. Upgradable, capped at 10. Kendo qualification, 1. Upgradable, capped at 10. Chance, 3.14159226, permanently fixed, not upgradable. Glamour, 10. The upper limit value has been reached. Character panel comprehensive summary. An earth-shattering piece of junk. After browsing his character panel, Lu Chaoge didn't have much emotional ups and downs. In his opinion, the panel information is just the panel information. As the chosen person, he must have some hidden qualities, which are invisible on the panel. And these hidden qualities are undoubtedly the most crucial things. Therefore, the attributes on the panel will not affect his self-confidence. Brainstorming is over. Not to mention, Lu Chaoge glanced at his experience points. In the column of experience value, it is marked with upgradable. Don't look at his current character level, is not high, only 10. However, over the years, while many functions have not been unlocked, he has silently accumulated a lot of experience points through some special ways. Over time, it was a considerable amount. It's just that the previous function was not turned on, and he couldn't rely on experience points to upgrade, which made these experience points useless. But it also gave him confidence. It's like you have a frozen fund in your bank card, although you don't know when it will be unfrozen. Finally, Lu Chaoge glanced at the thing he cared about the most. Resurrection coins. What is displayed is Resurrection coin, 5. This means that he has 5 chances to be resurrected, and he can cheat the corpse even if he dies. Looking at the resurrection coin, the smile on Lu Chaoge's face became more and more sinister and maddening, and his color became thicker. After closing the character panel, Lu Chaoge took a look at the time of the internal test of the game. There were still 30 days before the internal test of the game. Tianxian and Earth's time flow are different, 30 days on Earth, 300 days in Tianxian. Lu Chaoge thought. In fact, this is not particularly outrageous. To be precise, even many online games in the 21st century, the time setting will not be 1:1 with the real world. And a lot of time, people's concept of time is sometimes very vague, and it is difficult for them to perceive it. For example, when you stay in bed, you think about squeezing for a while, but only for a while, and the result can be imagined. But sometimes, you seem to have had a very long dream, but in fact you just fell asleep not long ago. The game experience of Tiangshuanji is indeed like a real dream in many cases. After 300 days, there will be sand sculpture players coming. Lu Chaoga looked forward to this. Ever since I discovered that I had crossed over to the closed beta of the game. One of the questions that Lu Chaoga thought about the most was, can he still meet the sand sculpture players? In his opinion, Tianxian realm without sand sculpture players would be a lot less fun. At the same time, as an NPC, in his opinion, isn't the sand sculpture player the best tool person to use? In order to welcome the sand sculpture players, as the contemporary head of Momen, Lu Chaoga felt that he had to make some preparations. After admiring himself for a while beside the cliff, Lu Chaoga returned to his bamboo house. Everyone in Momen lives in bamboo houses, but the grades are different. Of course, Momen is indeed not wealthy. In the entire Qingzhou, Jianzhong is the largest sect, and its subordinate sects have a total of 300 sects, which are divided into hundreds of sects, middle 100 sects, and lower 100 sections. As for Momen, it is the last existence among the hundreds of lower gates. However, in Lu Chaoga's view, this is only temporary. Leaving aside him as the chosen person, when his younger sister develops, she will definitely be a generation of powerhouses. It's just that Xiao Lizi's temper is too bad. Lu Chaoga deeply disliked this. Her steadiness is completely unfavorable to the name of the sect. In fact, it stands to reason that with the overall strength of Momen, it is not worthy to become a subordinate sect of Jianzhong, but who is Momen who has been brilliant in the past? Among the best. At that time, Momen also made a lot of credit for Jianzhong, so even if he became more and more down, he was still not removed from Jianzhong, and he enjoyed some of the resources that Jianzhong's subordinate sects should have. Of course, in addition to historical reasons, there are two other reasons. First, because a well-known elder-level figure in Jianzhong now has a close relationship with Lu Chaoga's mother and is a sister. The specific reason for the unbreakable friendship between these two women, who are so different in their cultivation, is not clear to Lu Chaoga. All he knew was that there was someone above me. This female elder of Sword Sect is the woman on Lu Chaoga's head. The second reason is because there is a suspected existence of an expert in Momen. In the current Momen, including the new Xiaoqiu, a total of 10 people are organized. They are the leader Lu Chaoga, the only elder Lu Dongli, and 8 outer disciples. In addition to this establishment, there is a very special existence belonging to half of his own people. This kind of person is generally called enshrinement in the sect, and he is a bit like a guest in a powerful family. Lu Chaoga is the 36th generation head of Momen. This worshipper was picked up by the 31st generation head when he went out for a wander. Most of the time, this worshipper is in retreat on the mountain, and Lu Chaoga has never seen this person. But according to legend, this person once made a move 100 years ago, and his cultivation was not bad. 10 members, plus one who hangs up. This is the current situation of Momen. In fact, rather than hanging up the phone, Lu Chaoga prefers to call him a lying corpse. He walked out of his bamboo hut and walked for a short distance when he saw a small mound with a wordless stone tablet stuck on the mound. It was a solitary tomb. Lu Chaoga squatted down, raised his right hand, tapped the stone tablet twice, and then asked, "Worship, is you reading www.sonicmtl.com still there?" Yes, this worshipper is lying in the tomb all the year round in seclusion. Smallene is hidden in the wild, Being is hidden in the city, and God is hidden in the grave. The advantage of this performance art is that if the worshipper really dies, Lu Chaoga will be buried. The downside is that Lu Chaoga didn't know whether the worshipper was dead or not. Not long after tapping the stone tablet twice, Gufan responded, and a plume of blue smoke appeared. It's still there. That line. Lu Chaoga stood up, waved his hand, and then went back the same way. After identifying the inherent members of his sect, Lu Chaoga returned to the house, took a deep breath, and opened his quest interface. After 21 years, the task system was finally activated, and he could finally have the function of earning experience points by doing tasks. It's just that because the game has not even started the internal test, let alone the public test, the plot mission is still locked, but the sect mission has been opened. For the so-called sect quests, the quest system will give you quests of different nature according to your identities in the sect. At this moment, in the sect task column, a bright light is flashing, showing to be claimed. Lu Chaoga didn't even think about it, and decided to accept the task. Ding. The identity of the sect is being scanned. Ding. Your identity has been confirmed. Your identity is the head of Momin. Ding. You have successfully received the main quest of Zongmin, Strengthen Momin. Please click here to view the mission details. P.S. Newcomers and new books, please recommend tickets for support in addition. If you are interested, you can invest in it. I am going to send the contract today. Chapter 4. Fourth, Down the Mountain. Strengthen Momin? Lu Chaoga nodded secretly as he looked at the task name. As the head of Momin, this is indeed the best thing he should do. Taking a 10,000 steps back, even if there is no task, he will do his best to do these things. It seems that you want me to take the whole sect to fly. At present, the chosen person, whose character level is only level 10, feels that the mission is just what it means. After Lu Chaoga clicked on the mission details, the first thing that caught his eye was the sect rating that the system had performed for Momin. Momin, do not enter the stream. Lu Chaoga? Feel offended. He has some understanding of the sect ratings. In his perception, the sects in the Tianqian realm are the worst at the 9th grade, and the strongest are the 1st grade sects, like Jianzong. Of course, within the system division, there are also legendary superclasses. But in the current Profound Sky realm, such a superclass has long since existed. As for the so-called incompetents, it was the first time that Lu Chaoga met. It seems that after the player enters the game, the sects that are not in the mainstream will not be displayed in the Zongmin Atlas. That is to say, if the closed beta and the public beta are opened, players will enter the Profound Sky realm, and if Momin still does not enter the stream, the players will simply ignore it. After reading it carefully, he understood the reason why Momin did not enter the stream. It turned out that the problem was with me and Xiaoqiu. Lu Chaoga rubbed his chin and suddenly realized. The minimum requirement for a 9-pin sect is that the number of sect members must reach 10. But these 10 people must all be cultivators with cultivation. Xiaoqiu happens to be the 10th member of the Momin, but this little girl is just getting started. She is still immortal for the time being, so it doesn't count. At the same time as the sect's face and strength, the sect master also has requirements for his cultivation. For the 9th rank sect, the strength of the head must at least reach the 1st realm. According to the realm, levels 0 to 10 are called the 1st realm, and levels 11 to 20 are the 1st realm, and so on. And according to the upgrade system of Tiangshuanji, every 10 levels must do a promotion task. After completing the promotion task, you can continue to Upgrade. This is also the reason why Lu Chaoga has been stuck in the Great Perfection in the first realm for a long time. In the past, his experience value could not be used up. Since he couldn't do the promotion task, it was useless to cultivate on his own. He couldn't even break through the simplest initial stage. The game system did not become his golden finger in the early stage, but dragged him down. On the contrary, the reputation of the sect has already met the standards of the 9th rank sect. Lu Chaoga felt that this was all his own credit. Momin's Zoman prestige point in Tianxian realm is now 211, and the prestige point requirement for a 9th rank Zoman is 100 points. Over the years, Lu Chaoga often went down the mountain, and he ran to wherever there were many people. With what he has done in the past, he can still brush his sense of existence. The ignorant mortals who had never seen anything in the world thought that this man, who was very immortal in appearance, was a great cultivator with profound cultivation. After all, Lu Chaoga's usual style is still very bluffing. Of course, the sect's prestige value that mortals can bring is limited. If a sect wants to be famous all over the world, it is necessary to make a name in the industry. That is to say, to make a name for himself in the world of practice. The approval of 100 mortals is not worth the approval of an ordinary practitioner. You must know that the prestige point requirement of the 8th rank sect is as high as 1,000 points. And let some people with high cultivation base have blue eyes, the prestige value they can bring will be very impressive. But that's all for later. The first task that Lu Chaoga needs to complete now is to upgrade the Momin to the 9th grade sect. Looks like it's time to go down the mountain. The next day. Momin Hall. Although the people of Momin live in bamboo houses that return to nature, the Momin Hall is still somewhat imposing. This is the main hall built when Momin was still brilliant. Later, after the decline, many things were sold, but the main hall was always kept. At this moment, Lu Chaoga, the top leader of Momin, and Lu Dongli, the only elder, are having a morning meeting. Lu Dongli was wearing a light yellow dress today, with a beautiful face and a slim figure. She's already grown up. What? Brother, are you going down the mountain with me? Lu Dongli was startled, and felt 10,000 unwilling in his heart. Walking with my brother is too high profile. It is worth mentioning that when there are outsiders, Lu Dongli usually refers to Lu Chaoga as the elder brother or the head of the family. In private, under the strong request of Lu Chaoga, the dead sister control, he must address him as the elder brother. As for the names like Oba and Auni Sauce, it can be, but it is not necessary. Damn, although you and my brother and sister haven't been down the mountain together for a long time, you don't have to be so excited. Lu Chaoga smiled and waved his hand. I'll make you happy. As he said that, he raised his hand and wanted to pinch Lu Dongli's oval face, but saw that she stepped back and cleverly avoided it. Are you serious about taking a half step back? Obviously, he was begging me to pinch before, and he blinked his big eyes and said to me, please, please. Lu Chaoga closed himself, and his whole body almost lost its color and turned gray. Lu Dongli has long been used to Lu Chaoga's daily autism. On the contrary, she even thinks that her brother in this state is more pleasing to the eye than his usual. Brother, why are you going down the mountain? Lu Dongli asked. Oh, isn't Xiaqiu just getting started? I thought that you would also take her down the mountain to find the spiritual herb, so I thought about going with you. Lu Chaoga said. Washing the marrow spirit grass is very effective when taken before the official practice. Unless you are really poor and can't open the pot, otherwise, washing the Marrow spirit grass is a necessity before practice. For some sects with strong financial resources, there is a lot of stock in the treasure house, but for some poor sects, this is not realistic. Because the marrow-washing spirit grass is extremely difficult to preserve, it requires a special container, which is a little expensive and not something that Momin can afford today. Moreover, it is also difficult to bring back the spirit grass for washing the marrow, and the difficulty factor is slightly higher. It's not worth it to grow your own. Therefore, Momin always takes the disciples down the mountain to find them. And then Lu Dongli heard that her brother was going down the mountain to find grass with him and wondered, isn't my brother not interested in such trivial matters in the past? In Lu Dongli's eyes, after the disciple took the spiritual washing marrow, and then gave the practice formula, it was regarded as the official entrance to the practice. This is a very ceremonial thing, so she is actively involved in it. But Lu Chaoga has always been uninterested in this kind of thing. Why is it uncharacteristic today? You are wrong. Lu Chaoga seemed to see the doubt in Lu Dongli's eyes. He sat on the main seat of the hall, straightened his waist, coughed lightly, and said solemnly, Elder Dongli doesn't know anything. The breakthrough of this seat is imminent, and this time down the mountain is also to break the barrier. Really? Lu Dongli couldn't sit still for a moment. How many years have passed? My brother has been stuck in the great consummation of the first realm. How many years has it been? When she officially practiced, Lu Chaoga was already at the beginning of the great perfection. When she was in the first realm of great perfection, Lu Chaoga was still in the first realm of great perfection. Now, Lu Dongli is in the second realm, and Lu Chaoga is still in the first realm. Even the contemporary eldest disciple of Momin, the first disciple of Lu Chaoga, has now reached the first stage of great perfection. The apprentices are catching up. Fortunately, her brother's mentality has always been very good. Every time she breaks through, she is afraid that her brother will feel ashamed and feel that she has been thrown too far away by herself, which will lead to unstable Taoism and loss of confidence in herself. It turns out that she thinks too much. The elder brother only lowered his eyes, and his eyes were cold, and then lowered his voice and said, 30 years of Hedong and 30 years of Heshi. Don't bully young poor. Lu Dongli felt that this sentence was irritating, but she was really scared. She was afraid that it would really take her brother 30 years to break through. Therefore, Lu Dongli was very excited at this moment, and there was light in her beautiful eyes. Are you happy? Lu Chaoga said. Lu Dongli nodded and did not hide his emotions. This was indeed a great joy. Only listening to Lu Chaoga said, then why don't you bring your face together and let this seat pinch it? I'm going to prepare my luggage. Lu Dongli used the escape method and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Lu Chaoga looked at the empty hall and said with a smile, Xiao Lizi's cultivation seems to have improved again. She deserves to be a talented girl who can be regarded as a leader in Jianzhong. It's a pity that her temperament is too stable, which is really not conducive to the acquisition of sect prestige. To honor the ancestors, you have to rely on me. Lu Chaoga sat on the main seat of the hall, raised his head at a 45-degree angle, and let out a long sigh. P.S. Ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 5. 5. Female Elders. After a stick of incense, the 4 people who went down the mountain this time gathered outside the main hall. Yes, 4 people. In addition to Lu Chaoga, Lu Dongli, and Xiaoqiu, there is also a contemporary big disciple of Momin, Lu Chaoga's first disciple, hiding Hey surname, a slightly unpopular surname. He was originally Lu Chaoga's personal little Taoist boy, taking care of his food and daily life, and later, for various reasons, he was accepted as a disciple by Lu Chaoge. Today's realm is the peak of the initial realm. Xiaoqiu hid behind Lu Dongli, stuck out half of her head, and peeked at. Hiding. Secret observation. JPG. He Ting is a head taller than her, and she is not very old, just 13 years old. This year. The man was thin and black, like a black monkey. He and Lu Chaoge stood together. If there was a difference between clouds and mud, he was like a cowherder and a noble son of an aristocratic family. Xiaoqiu felt that under the background of the senior brother, the master and uncle looked more and more handsome. She is a well-behaved and polite child. After bowing to Lu Chaoge, she called out obediently, "Senior brother." Lu Dongli smiled and pulled the horn braid on Xiaoqiu's head, and said, "Xiaoqiu, your senior brother is already a practitioner at the peak of the first realm. When he breaks through to the first realm, he can fly with his sword. I will learn a lot from your senior brother in the future." Hearing this, Xiaoqiu nodded vigorously, and simply sighed, "Wow, senior brother is amazing." In her eyes, the criterion for judging a master is whether he can fly. Senior brother will be able to fly right away, that is a quasi-master. Hiding on the side heard the words, a black face turned black and red, and he quickly waved his hand and looked ahead. He is dumb and can't speak. Xiaoqiu obviously didn't realize this, just thought that the big brother was taciturn, and began to doubt himself, is it because I'm not cute enough? The reason why Lu Chaoge brought hiding with him when he went down the mountain this time is because the breakthrough of the Black Pavilion is imminent, and he also needs to go down the mountain to find an opportunity. And secondly, because the head of the dignified man goes out, how can there be a reason why he is not worthy of a few people around him? "Let's go," Lu Chaoge said. Lu Dongli, who was wearing a long light yellow dress, patted the sachet hanging on her waist, which was her magic weapon for storage. A piece of emerald green leaf floated out, and continued to enlarge, and after being 7 or 8 meters long, it stagnated in the air. This is her flying magic weapon, a light boat. A group of 4 is enough. The destination of their trip was the Flame Forest, a small distance from Momin. Most of the trees in this forest have red leaves, hence the name. In the Flame Forest, there are spirit herbs for washing marrow, but the number is very small, so you need to find them slowly. At the same time, there are many alien beasts dormant in the depths of the Flame Forest. The alien beasts are ferocious, and any alien beast is not something that an ordinary cultivator can handle. Therefore, a group of 4 will not go too deep. The hidden path in the forest is not the deepest that everyone can reach. Xiaoqiu was flying for the first time, so she was excited and scared. Her chubby little face was tight, but those big eyes were extra bright. Lu Dongli, who was in charge of controlling Yi Qingzhou, was sitting at the front. She was slender, sitting cross-legged with slender legs, and her blue silk was simply tied up, and she began to change her face. Disguise is a relatively basic spell, and Lu Dongli's operation is particularly skilled, which can be said to be consummate. It didn't take a moment for her beautiful face to become ordinary. However, because of his extraordinary temperament, no matter how ordinary it is, it can still be worthy of the word endure. In Lu Dongli's eyes, going out and walking, with a beautiful appearance, is a burden, and it is easy to cause trouble or even a crisis. You must know that the old-fashioned critics have already conquered the heavens and the world. There is no place in this world where the old-colored critics do not exist, and the world of practice cannot be exempted from the vulgarity. Hey, it's starting again. Lu Chaoge muttered in his heart, my sister is too stable. After being easy on your own. Lu Dongli turned to Lu Chaoga again. She knew very well that these good-looking male practitioners had to learn to protect themselves when they went out. Of course, under Lu Chaoga's firm eyes, Lu Dongli had no choice but to compromise in the end, instead of forcibly performing the disguise technique on him. Lu Chaoga looked forward, seemingly emptying, but in fact, he was staring at the task interface, looking at the promotion task to be claimed in front of him. As I said before, in the profound sky realm, the promotion task must be done every 10th, and it is impossible to continue to upgrade if it is not completed. The promotion tasks are also divided into grades, divided by color, from low to high, respectively, yellow, blue, purple, and orange. Most players will choose yellow level tasks, because promotion tasks cannot be done in teams, while yellow level tasks are simple and easy to do, and can be completed independently, which is very easy. Most people love yellow. The blue level tasks are much more difficult, and only experienced players will choose the blue level. The purple level is the high level of the big guild, and even professional players are qualified to do it. As for the orange level, even professional players may not be able to do it. Only the individual players who stand at the top of the pyramid can try their luck. Of course, the higher the difficulty of the task, the greater the harvest. After completing the promotion task, for players, completing the more difficult promotion tasks can further widen the gap in strength with other players. Lu Chaoga was looking at the task interface at the moment, not thinking and tangled, but recalling the time when he was doing promotion tasks in the past, and was recalling the glorious years of the past. After the memory was over, he didn't even think about it, and immediately received the orange level quest. What do you want? Just do the best thing you can do. The chosen person did not hesitate. Immediately afterwards, he began to browse the mission details. After he made up his mind, he smiled crookedly, and a slightly evil and maddening smile appeared on his face again. Oh, the orange level mission is just that. Compared to him in his previous life, he now thinks he has more advantages. At this moment, Yi Qingzhou flew neither high nor low in the air, neither fast nor slow, for fear of encountering a cultivator who was also flying on the imperial object on the road. In the profound sky realm, the flying magic weapon can be understood as a vehicle like a car. If you fly too high or too fast, you will feel that you are provoking him when you meet someone who also loves flying magic weapons. And it is easy to cause trouble. Therefore, Lu Dongli can be said to be very detailed. At the same time, her consciousness was constantly being released, exploring the surrounding situation. This will not only prevent getting lost, but also prevent tracking. She is very gifted in spiritual consciousness. Her spiritual consciousness is far stronger than the practitioners of the same realm, sensitive and alert. With her current level of cultivation, unless she is someone whose realm is much higher than hers, it would be as difficult to follow her without being discovered. When going out, safety comes first. Lu Dongli thought. Only 100 meters away from the group of 4, there was a light boat of the same style flying in the air. Uncle Sure, is it really good for us to be so close? Said a slightly immature voice. Uncle Master, I am a great practitioner, let alone the distance of 100 meters. If I am willing, even if I stand in front of this girl, Xializi, she will not be able to detect me. The female voice said, come on, the tone is gentle, the kind of speech with a slight ending. There is a man and a woman sitting on the same style of a leaf canoe, a handsome young man and a plump woman. Many men say that those who are slightly fat are the best. But what kind of women are these men referring to when they are slightly fat? They understand naturally. And this woman is one of the best, the perfect chubby figure in the eyes of men. She was wearing a black Taoist robe and a Taoist bun on her head, dressed a bit like Kundo in Taoist temples, that is, a serious Taoist nun. Yes, Taoist nuns also have a lot of irregularities. It's just that this loose black robe can't hide her curves. If this woman lowered her head, she would definitely not be able to see her toes. This woman has a pair of seductive peach blossom eyes, and the temperament of the whole person is of a charming kind, which forms a sharp contrast with the cold and serious Taoist robe on her body, but brings a slight sense of taboo to people. At this moment, she is sitting at the front of Yi Qingzhou. Due to the movement of sitting down, the hem of the Taoist robe is tightened by her buttocks. The woman's name is Ningying. The surplus is full, this woman. As her name suggests, Ningying is one of the 9 elders of Sword Sect today, and his cultivation is unfathomable. She stomped her feet, and even the entire Qingzhou was shocked. Lu Dongli's light boat of the same style was given by Ningying when she broke through to the first realm. Yes, Lu Chaoga always joked that there is someone above him, and this elder Ningying is the person above Lu Chaoga. Chapter 6. 6th, the stunt of the rivers and lakes tilted his head to kill. Ningying came to Momin this time, originally to visit the Lu family brothers and sisters, but the Lu family brothers and sisters were planning to go down the mountain. She has a keen sense of consciousness, and she heard the conversation between the 2 brothers and sisters. After learning that Lu Chaoga was going down the mountain to break through the border, she planned to not show up for the time being. Secretly trailing. JPG. Uncle, why don't we walk with them directly? I always find it weird to follow them secretly. The handsome and beautiful young man said to Ningying. What do you know, this is interesting. Ningying smiled. As a smile appeared on her face, those peach blossom eyes became more seductive, especially attractive. Her fascination is not artificial, there is a natural feeling, she is a natural fairy. You must know that after the public beta of Tiangshuanji, sand sculpture, players have been selected by NPCs on the forum. On the list of the most popular female NPCs, Ningying has always been on the top page of the list, and has never been on the list. She is beautiful and strong, and she is simply the favorite of soft fans. The handsome young man did not understand the uncle's bad taste, and muttered. Isn't it just going down the mountain to break through the first realm? When Ningying heard the words, the smile on her face became even stronger. She blinked her peach blossom eyes, dragged the end, and said a meaningful, "Oh?" The handsome young man turned his head to the side and said, "That's how it was originally. I've been practicing for so many years, and I haven't broken through the first realm. It's just. He didn't end up uttering some bad words either. Ningying and Lu Chaoga's mother are sisters, and she also treats Lu Chaoga as a parent-child and nephew. It's just strange that, after hearing the words of the handsome young man, instead of being annoyed, she said with a smile, "How can I remember someone who has been very concerned about him since I was a child? This time I heard that I was coming to Momin, so I thought about going down the mountain, right? No way. Uncle, sure, you are starting to make up nonsense, and suspicious." The handsome young man frowned, turned his head away, and the 4-character words began to jump out. You're in a hurry. Ningying was even more amused. The handsome young man simply shut up and stopped talking. But that doesn't mean that he acquiesced to Ningying's words. He would not admit that he was always paying attention to Lu Chaoga. It's okay for others to think that Chaoga is a waste of practice, but you shouldn't think so? Ningying said. After so many years, I can't even break through the first realm. This is an indisputable fact. Yu said so, but her eyes couldn't help but look at the tall and straight back 100 meters away. Ning heard the words and smiled without saying a word. Yu is one of the disciples with the greatest potential in the contemporary sword sect, and was even accepted as a sword attendant by Lord Jianzun 2 years ago. Although he is a swordsman, he is actually like a disciple of swordsmen. You must know that Jianzun has an extraordinary position in Jianzhong. His status is higher than that of the elders, and his status is equal to that of the suzerain. In Jianzhong, the most powerful must be the suzerain, but to say whose sword is the strongest, it must be Jianzuan. Only the sword of Jianzhong's strongest sword can get the name of Jianzuan. It is a great honor to be the sword attendant under the sword master. All the disciples of the sword sect eat lemons with all their might. But Ning is clear. Don't look at Yu's mouth, seems not to take Lu Chaoga seriously, but to him, Lu Chaoga is like a nightmare existence, if it is karma demon. Yu has a prominent family background, and is also an elegant and noble son. In the secular world, he was a good seedling that Ning accidentally discovered when he was wandering down the mountain. His kendo talent is extremely high, and he is a legendary sword body that is rare in thousands of years, and it is the top kendo talent. This kind of talent, converted into an attribute in the game, is kendo. Qualification 10. Yu actually has another identity, and that is the identity that only Lu Chaoga knows so far. He is one of the 4 world protagonists in the game Tiangshuanji. Since Tiangshuanji is a game, then there must be a main story mission. Then, in the NPC, there must be protagonist-level characters who play the most important role in the story mission. Yu is one of them. Because he is handsome and strong, at the beginning, his popularity among female players can be said to be overwhelming, like an idol star. No way, a woman becomes lustful, that's real lust. Closer to home, before taking Yu back to the sect, Ning happened to pass by Danqing Peak in Momin, and went to Momin to stay for a few days. At that time, Lu Chaoga's parents were still alive and had not died. Ning and her best friend had not seen each other for a long time. And this half-month has left a deep childhood shadow on Yu. He still remembers that when he first met Lu Chaoga, who was 2 years older than him, the first sentence of Lu Chaoga was, "Oh, it's not as good-looking as me. Yu, it's up to you to control the things next, but you have to follow closely." Ning no longer controlled a light boat, and said to Yu, "Yes, Uncle sure." After Yu took over Qingzhou, her eyes were always fixed on Lu Chaoga's tall and straight back, and she never moved away. "No way, it was the uncle who told him to follow closely, but I didn't want to see it." Looking at Lu Chaoga's back, he actually had mixed feelings in his heart. In the past, he regarded Lu Chaoga as the enemy of his life, and even once felt that he might only be able to chase after his back in this life, rather than catch up with him. Yu's thoughts began to diverge, and gradually entered the memory. On that day a few years ago, the 2 young boys met for the first time in Danqing Peak. After reporting their names, Yu was looked at by Lu Chaoga. From top to bottom, her eyes were very aggressive, as if he was putting his whole body on him. All can be seen clearly. "Your name is Yu? It's really a bit similar," the young boy Lu Chaoga said old-fashionedly. "Who do you look like?" Yu couldn't understand. Lu Chaoga smiled without saying a word and did not answer. After confirming that the clean and handsome young man in front of him was the legendary protagonist of the world, the smile on Lu Chaoga's face gradually faded, and Yu, reading www.sonicmtl.com, began to become evil and mad. "It's called Senior Brother. Lu Chaoga said. What? Yu didn't react for a while. I said, you should call me senior brother. Lu Chaoga smiled crookedly, folded his arms around his chest, and stood on a rock because he was a little taller than Yu, and looked down at Yu with this movement. Yu has a prominent family background, and she knows that she is talented. And she is a proud person. Logically speaking, Lu Chaoga was older than him, and he was the son of the head of the Momin, which meant that he had already entered the school from the moment he was born. Although Momin is a subordinate sect of Jianzhong, he is also a family. Strictly speaking, he is indeed Yu's distant senior brother. However, the status of the disciples of the Sword Sect is higher than that of the disciples of Momin. Not many people will really count their seniority like this, and no disciples of the small sect really dare to care about it. Rules are just rules after all. But Lu Chaoga is different. His mental age can make Yu call him uncle. It's true that you are the son of an aristocratic family, but don't forget that Lu Chaoga in his previous life was also a super rich second generation. What's more, you are the protagonist of the world, and I am still the chosen one. Is the only traveler. Aren't you calling? Lu Chaoga continued to look down at him. Yu did not speak, but expressed her attitude in silence. In the heart of young Yu, Lu Chaoga, who is not yet formally cultivated, is obviously not worthy of a senior brother. Do you scream? If you don't, my head will be slapped. Lu Chaoga frowned. You dare? Yu's clear eyes widened, burning with anger. Snapped. Under the moonlight, the boy's head tilted. Chapter 7. Lu Chaoga's threat theory. Yu never imagined that the young man in front of him would do such a trick. To kill him by tilting his head. Although the strength is not large, it is not painful, but there is also a feeling of being taught by the elders. A deep sense of humiliation rose in Yu's heart. He was like an angry little beast, his eyes were red and he rushed towards Lu Chaoga. The end result is that because Lu Chaoga is more social than him, the situation is completely one-sided. The young boy Yu was beaten again like this. When he hit the back, his voice trembled and his eyes were filled with tears. Crack. I didn't eat, please speak up, you rude brat. Lu Chaoga said. But to be honest, Lu Chaoga was dragging his heels, but he was a man of rights. From beginning to end. It was as if he had never met the worshipper who was in seclusion in the tomb. Every time he went to sweep the tomb, he would do a junior salute before leaving. People are rude and can't stand. Therefore, he really taught a lesson to be straightforward. And based on the pride in her heart, Yu didn't bother to make small reports after being beaten. I just think that one day, with my own efforts, I will find the place back. Young man, have ambition. 3 days later, it was the day when the young boy Lu Chaoga took the marrow washing spirit grass and officially entered the world of cultivation. Ningning thought that choosing a day would be better than hitting the sun. Anyway, she was rich, and there were many spiritual grasses in her storage ring. She simply asked Yu to wash the marrow together, and then gave the formula to let the two young people enter the door of the cultivation world together. In her opinion, this event has a sense of ritual, and it will be regarded as a precious childhood memory in the future. Several adults are not blind, they can see that something seems to have happened between the two teenagers, but Ningying's brain circuit is unusual. She thinks that they have established a preliminary friendship. It was a scene she would love to see. Therefore, Lu Chaoga and Yu took marrow washing spirit grass on the same day, and they also practiced the most basic qi refining technique on the same day. In the initial stage, all practitioners practiced the qi refinement technique, without exception. There is a unified 9-year compulsory education on Earth, and the Tianxin realm also has a unified initial chi refining counseling. Yu, the opportunity is here. He knows that he has an extraordinary talent, and is a genius in cultivation. That has been rare in 1,000 years. He will definitely be able to crush this countryman who will be brute force on the way of cultivation. When the time comes, he will know what a genius is and what a genius is. If your cultivation base is thrown away by me in the future, I think you are too embarrassed to ask me to call you senior brother. Yu already had a perfect plan, and a smile appeared on her delicate face. Facts have proved that Yu is indeed superior in terms of root and talent. No, it is a number. He only took a short stick of incense to absorb all the effects of the spirit herb, while Lu Chaoga used 3 sticks of incense. After Lu Chaoga opened his eyes, he was greeted by Yu's slightly provocative gaze. He smiled crookedly, still confident, and said, "Little devil, let me let you." Yu was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said, "I hope you will still be able to laugh when you practice the chi refining technique. Don't worry, I'll make you cry." Lu Chaoga replied. In Momin's practice room, Lu Chaoga and Yu sat cross-legged on 2 futons. Chi refining technique is the most basic method. As long as you have the talent for cultivation, you can easily get started. The only criterion for entry is to enter into meditation. When you can calm down and enter the state of meditation, you can perceive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Only by refining a small wisp of heaven and earth aura, it is considered to be a successful entry and become a practitioner in the first realm. Most people are lively and noisy when they are young, and many people are like wild monkeys when they are young. It is extremely difficult to enter. The meditation here is not just as simple as full concentration, but a more mysterious state. Although Yu has an excellent foundation and a very high understanding, it is not something that can be achieved in a short time if you want to enter into meditation for the first time. What's more, he already has the heart of comparison, and his heart is not quiet. But Lu Chaoga is different. In his previous life, he was a super rich second generation, and he was very interested in many strange things. He has studied yoga, learned to meditate with an old monk, and practiced on the mountain with a Taoist priest. He does have some experience in meditation. What's more, he is an adult thinking, and has received higher education on earth. Chi refining technique is equivalent to a textbook, and his comprehension ability is definitely better than that of Yu. Therefore, with just a cup of tea, Lu Chaoga easily entered the concentration and introduced the chi into the body, stepping into the first realm. Yu watched this scene helplessly, and then mental collapse. On a light boat, Yu recalled childhood memories from a few years ago, with mixed feelings in her heart. Thinking back on it now, he still feels so angry. As the protagonist of the world, his Xinqing is naturally far beyond ordinary people, otherwise he is not worthy of being called a cultivation genius. But children are children after all. When they are still young, how can there be a person with a heart like a rock? Therefore, at that time, he was still very easy to be manipulated by others. And as we all know, many shadows of childhood, people spend their whole lives may not be able to come out. Yu, if my uncle remembers correctly, did you still cry back then? Ning Ing interjected inexplicably. Uncle, sure, I didn't. Yu controlled a light boat and said decisively. You have. Ning said with certainty. Chaoga entered Ding earlier than you. You just learned Ding, so you went to find him excitedly. Who would have thought that he was already in the second stage of the first realm, and you were so angry that you cried on the spot? Uncle, you remembered it wrong. Yu Yueching's face paled slightly, and there was a hint of begging in her tone. Do not talk. Do not talk. This memory has long been sealed by him, and at this time, Ning Ying's casual words were like opening a dust-sealed door. He recalled that afternoon, when he finally succeeded in entering the meditation. He was going to say a few harsh words, telling Lu Chaoga that he was just negligent for a while, and that he would soon surpass him. Unexpectedly, Lu Chaoga at that time had successfully trained to the second level. Sky. The Qi refinement technique is a very basic thing. As long as the meditation efficiency is high enough and the mind is quiet enough, the practice in the first realm is really simple. Yu Yu remembered that day, when he knocked on Lu Chaoga's door, the man leaned against the bamboo door, exuding the strong breath of the first realm. Second level heaven raised his head and looked down at Yu Yu with his nostrils. In a very casual tone. Isn't it enough to have a brain? At this moment, Yu Yu was controlling a light boat and began to get entangled. Did I really cry that day? To be honest, he can't remember a little, or he can't remember this memory selectively. But he knew very well that since then, he was unconvinced by Lu Chaoga. Deep in his heart, he has long admired this senior brother. Brother Chaoga, I'm not as good as him. Of course, there must be another scene in the mouth. Half a month passed in a flash, and Ning Ying left Mo Min with Yu Yu, who was still young. When they parted, Yu Yu began to doubt life, because there was a feeling of reluctance in his heart. Obviously been abused for half a month. The head has been beaten several times, but I still feel a little reluctant. Ning Ying's light boat carried him away from Mo Min, and not far away came the tugging voice of young Lu Chaoga. Don't even say goodbye, Yu Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Rude brat. Yu Yu kept her mouth shut and didn't answer, but she shouted hard in her heart, especially the second one, goodbye. Senior brother Lu. After coming to Jianzhong, Yu Yu quickly showed her talent for cultivation. At the same time, his disciples regarded him as the favored son of heaven and called him a contemporary swordsman wizard. Unexpectedly, Yu Yu was always humble and polite, and waved his hand and said bluntly, I don't dare to be. Because he knew in his heart that in the distant Mo Min, there was another senior brother who was far superior to him in every aspect. Whenever a disciple of Jianzhong praised him, he would bring out a mysterious senior brother and tell everyone not to be complacent because he was a disciple of Jianzhong. There are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside people. He tried his best to chase this mysterious senior brother, but what he finally caught up with was just his shadow. Jianzhong is the holy place of swordsmanship in the world. It has always been the leader of swordsmanship. The goal of every generation of swordsmen disciples is to defend the status of Jianzhong in the swordsmanship today. As a leader among contemporary disciples, Yu Yu often said, if anyone can threaten the status of sword sect, it must be that senior brother. Day after day, year after year, he kept this sentence on his lips all the year round, but he didn't want to reveal Lu Chaoga's real name and only replaced it with the word brother. The young disciples were curious. Who is he? How strong is he? Is his talent really a threat to the younger generation of our sword sect? The threat of mysterious senior brother, the threat of Lu Chaoga, became popular among the younger generation of Jianzhong. P.S. The contract has arrived, change the contract status, you can give a reward hee. Chapter 8. 8. Get used to. The popularity of the mysterious brother threat theory is not a strange thing. After all, Yu Yu was the leader of a new generation of disciples of the sword sect, and the one who made the rest of the disciples look down on him. They were all chasing after Yu Yu's back, but Yu Yu said that he tried his best to catch up with the shadow of this senior brother, so I can't even see the shadow? Who would have thought that among the 300 subordinate sects of my sword sect, there would still be such cultivation geniuses? Awesome, awesome, awesome. A huge dark shadow shrouded the hearts of the disciples of the sword sect, and they finally understood why Yu was so good, yet still working so hard. What Yu did was naturally hidden from Ning Ying's eyes. And Elder Ning Ying was very happy to see this scene. That's the power of friendship. She thought it was friendship anyway. As time went by, Ning Ying went to Momin several times a year, and occasionally asked Yu if she wanted to go with her, but Yu made excuses every time to refuse. It's not that he doesn't want to see Lu Chaoga, but he is afraid to see Lu Chaoga. I was afraid that I had already been thrown far away by Lu Chaoga. He wanted to work harder and work harder. Until I am qualified to walk side by side with him, meet him again. But the accident happened silently, and Lu Chaoga's parents died. Yu and Ning Ying went to Momin to mourn, and the two met again. Beginning realm great perfection. He is just the beginning of the great consummation. How could he not even break through a first realm? Yu began to doubt herself. What have I been doing all these years? What exactly am I chasing? What am I afraid of? What is the significance of my hard work all these years? Catching up. Yu's heart was shaken, and her faith collapsed. He cracked. It is said that the powder is naturally black in the depths. Later, Yu showed signs of turning black. He gradually changed from Lu Chaoga's stubborn fan to the #1 sunspot. But even so, he couldn't help but pay attention to him. No way, this is the power of childhood shadows. Since then, he has been looking for excuses every year to follow Ning Ying to Momin. Every time he pretended not to care, he was actually observing Lu Chaoga's cultivation. In the profound sky realm, there has also been a phenomenon of being stuck at a certain bottleneck for a long time and then breaking through several realms within a day. Like Jianzong's contemporary Jianzuan, he was stuck in the great perfection of the third realm for 10 years, and then he realized the way of swordsmanship overnight. When the sun first rose, he stepped into the fourth realm, and when the sun set, it was already the fifth realm. The great practitioner of the realm. There was a voice deep in Yu's heart, could Lu Chaoga be the same? But time waits for no one. Yu has cultivated to the third realm, and Lu Chaoga is still standing still. It stands to reason that the first realm is the easiest, and the person who wastes the material should also be broken, right? He doubted whether Lu Chaoga had broken the slowest record in the profound sky realm. Yu began to feel how stupid she was. On a light boat, Yu stared at Lu Chaoga's back, and said in her heart, "Finally, are you finally going to break through? Oh, what am I caring about? Even if he breaks the first realm, he is just a first realm cultivator." The one-leaf light boat, controlled by Lu Dongli, was still moving forward with neither high nor low, neither fast nor slow. She didn't notice that someone was following behind her, and she was in a very beautiful mood at the moment. A new disciple with extraordinary aptitude was recruited, and her brother was finally about to break through. How could she be unhappy? Lu Chaoga looked at the smile on his sister's face. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something and asked, "Lu Dongli, are you hiding your cultivation?" A little bit, a little bit." Lu Dongli raised his right hand and gestured a small distance with his thumb and index finger. In her opinion, isn't it normal to hide your cultivation base when you go out? And hide a few more trump cards? The family is a girl, so there are several layers of coats to prevent it from slipping out. Is there a problem? Lu Chaoga took a deep breath and asked, "Elder Lu Dongli, I am asking you very seriously, do you usually hide your cultivation under my nose?" Lu Dongli, who was controlling a light boat, shook her shoulders slightly, turned her head to Lu Chaoga with a bright smile, and said, how could it be? Ha ha. The corners of Lu Chaoga's mouth twitched slightly, and he said in his heart, as expected, a man has to rely on himself, and it is unreliable to rely on his sister. With Xiaolizi's temperament, Mo Min should not rely on her to boost her reputation. If conditions permit, she is afraid that she will go to the end of the world. Right? Xiaoqiu opened her big eyes and glanced at her beautiful master at one time, and at her handsome master at another time. Although she didn't quite understand what they were talking about, she found it very interesting. Hei Ting, this stuffy gourd, didn't change his expression in the slightest. He had been a beginner for many years, and he was already used to the two brothers and sisters with completely opposite personalities. A light boat flew in the air for another hour, and then came to the flame forest area. Everyone landed on the periphery of the flamed forest, and did not fly too deep. Some alien beasts can also fly, which does not mean that the sky is safe. After entering the flamed forest, Lu Dongli explores the way ahead. She walked very slowly, and she only took action when she ensured 100% safety. Ahead, Lu Chaoga followed his sister carelessly, waiting for a prompt from the mission system. The level 10 promotion task, the content of the task is very simple. He has done it in his previous life, that is killing monsters. Although the promotion tasks are divided into 4 difficulty levels of yellow, blue, purple, and orange, the content is to kill monsters. When encountering a suitable wild monster, the mission system will issue a prompt message in a timely manner, and will also directly give the wild monster a coordinate positioning, which is particularly convenient. However, the promotion task must be completed independently, without any help. You have to get rid of the monsters by yourself. A group of people will take turns, and the task system will directly determine that it is invalid. It stands to reason that the orange level promotion task should be to single out a level 10 boss level monster. Lu Chaoga thought. Just as cultivators of the same level are also divided into strengths and weaknesses, monsters in the profound sky realm are also divided into common level, elite level, quasi-boss level, and boss level under the same level class. It's just that level 10 bosses don't exist at all. Lu Chaoga thought. After all, the strong are all strong, and the weak are equally weak. In the case of a lower level, the gap between the same level will not be too large. Therefore, even if it is an orange level mission, the standard is only to single out a quasi-boss level alien beast. I don't know if there are any that meet the standards in the flamed forest. Lu Chaoga looked around, and the mission prompt said that you reading www.sonicmtl.com can come to the flamed forest to try their luck. After everyone walked forward for a while, Lu Dongli suddenly stopped and said, in surprise, today's luck is so good, I found the marrow-washing spirit grass so quickly, and there are 3 plants in one breath. Not far in front, there are 3 spirit grasses that wash the marrow growing together. Xiaoqiu smelled the faint fragrance of the marrow-washing spirit grass, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. This grass smells delicious, she thought to herself. Lu Dongli was about to move forward, but stopped suddenly. There is a situation. It's an alien beast. Her consciousness was fully opened in an instant, and it radiated directly to the surroundings. She wants to determine the specific strength of this alien beast with the highest efficiency, and then make a decision at the speed of lightning fight or run. The reason for being efficient is that if you want to fight, then it is time to save your spiritual sense at this moment to ensure that it will be enough for the next battle. The reason why he had to make a decision right away was that if he couldn't beat him, he might as well run right away. You know, the worst case is, not only can't beat, but also can't run. But just before Lu Dongli made a choice, a big hand suddenly stretched forward. I saw that Lu Chaoga had stood in front of everyone at some point, and raised his right arm to block everyone behind him. The innocent Xiaoqiu looked at the back of the head teacher, Bo Weian, and felt so secure. It was the heroic head she imagined. However, Lu Dongli couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth and wailed in her heart. She knows very well that her brother's illness. I'm afraid I'll do it again. P.S. Ask for a recommendation ticket, and everyone, don't give 404 starting coins anymore, I can't stand the milk. Chapter 9. 9. Hunter and Prey. In the forest of flames, Lu Chaoga stood in front of everyone, and the wind blew the corners of his cyan robe, matched with his handsome face and a slightly sinister and crooked smile. The picture was very strong. In Lu Dongli's eyes, this smile means that his brother has gradually changed. In her opinion, she felt that this approach was too arrogant and overbearing. After all, Lu Chaoga's movements were so fast that he might not have figured out the strength of that alien beast lurking in the dark. Whether it can be beaten or not is still unknown. How dare he? This thought rose again in Lu Dongli's heart. The innate self-confidence of his brother, Lu Dongli, is still unpredictable. She is still young and has little knowledge, but she does not know that men are self-confident creatures. Of course, Lu Chaoga is different, at least his confidence and pull are different from everyone else. She didn't know that just before, Lu Chaoga's ear heard the prompt sound of the mission system. Ding! The mission target has been locked. He didn't expect such good luck. Not only did he find 3 marrow washing spirit grasses here, but he also encountered a strange beast that met the mission requirements. I knew that my lucky value of 3.141596 was just an appearance. Lu Chaoga grinned wider. He is laughing crookedly. At this moment, Lu Dongli's consciousness has also locked on this alien beast. And he has a general understanding of the specific strength of this alien beast. Hey, this alien beast only has a rank equivalent to the great perfection of the first realm. It's a 9th rank alien beast. The level of alien beasts is from low to high, and is divided into 9 to 1 grades. No. You can't think like that. Alien beasts may also be able to disguise, so let's treat it as an 8th grade alien beast. Lu Dongli felt that he had to keep his hands steady. Of course, she, who has already reached the 2nd realm, can completely crush this strange beast. This made Lu Dongli completely relieved. Because of this, she did not block Lu Chaoga's preparation. It's better to let my brother fight. This may be an opportunity for him to break through the 1st realm. She thought in her heart. For Jianxiu, breaking through in battle is the norm. A hearty battle is tantamount to sharpening the sword for oneself. Anyway, even if there is an accident, she is sure to rely on her own strength to protect her brother comprehensively. Lu Dongli's consciousness was always locked on this alien beast, and she soon found out that this alien beast was about to attack. She was about to speak to remind her, but saw that Lu Chaoga had moved a step earlier than her. Huh? Lu Dongli was slightly surprised. This alien beast is obviously good at hiding. How did my brother know its movements? And, you just rushed forward so generously, are you really okay? Lu Dongli felt that his heart was broken. Yes, at this moment Lu Chaoga did not use any means, he rushed forward like a common man. It's totally scumbag mode. It's just that the reckless man ran, it was humming, the movement was loud. And the dynamic was ugly. But he ran, and the robe danced gracefully, elegant and unrestrained. It's a pity that the slightly crooked corner of the mouth slightly spoiled the atmosphere. After counting the breaths, whether it was Lu Dongli, or Ning Ying and Yu Yu, who were hiding in the dark, they all found something wrong. It was only at this time that they realized that Lu Chaoga was running towards the alien beast. He was running in the direction of the marrow-washing spirit grass. He didn't go to meet the enemy, but went to pick the spirit grass with a smile. No, handsome man, do you know that you are dancing in front of sharp teeth? Damn it, did he find a strange beast hiding in the dark? Yu Yu couldn't help but scolded in a low voice. High-end hunter always appear as prey. While Lu Chaoga thought this way, he completely exposed himself to the attack range of this alien beast. Since the mission system would automatically lock the target, Lu Chaoga could easily control its movements. Come on, pounce on this seat, come and pounce on me. Lu Chaoga ran to the washing marrow spirit grass, and while thinking this way, he bent down and made a picking action. It's good now, let alone the entire back, the buttocks are exposed to the attack range of the alien beast. Big flaw. Ning Ying and the others thought of the word at the same time. And this alien beast, who was waiting for an opportunity, finally couldn't hold himself back. If you don't rush now, when will you wait? A large snake with a length of more than 5 meters, densely covered with scales and black lines, suddenly ejected from the rear. Yes, some people may not know that many snakes have excellent jumping ability and can bounce directly from one tree to another. That picture is really a bit cloudy and foggy. It's just such a long, black and thick that twists and turns in midair, and it's really not aesthetically pleasing. Black Snake, Level 10. Grade, Quasi-Boss Grade. Lu Chaoga's fingers had already touched the branches and leaves of the spirit grass, but his eyes became cold at this moment. Snakes, they can also be quasi-boss level, and it is estimated that there is some high-level alien blood in the bloodline. He quickly came to a conclusion in his heart. At this moment, he was not in the slightest panic. He is no longer who he was when he just played Tiangshuanji. For the old driver, the scene in front of him is just a small scene. He has a wealth of experience and is well aware of the weaknesses of all kinds of alien beasts. This is his biggest reliance when facing the quasi-boss level alien beast alone. You must know that when players first come into contact with some exotic beasts, they don't know where their weaknesses are at all, which will undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. On the contrary, it is twice the result with half the effort. The strategy is in hand, I have the world. Lu Chaoga slightly hooked his fingertips back when he touched the marrow washing spirit grass. On his fair and slender index finger, he wore an ink-colored jade ring. This is not only the status symbol of the head of the Momin, but also a storage magic weapon with a lot of space. At the same time, it can be regarded as a relic left to him by his father. The name of this ring is very simple, it is called Ink Ring. An ink-colored air flow circulated in the ink ring made of black jade, and soon, something more appeared on Lu Chaoga's right hand. That is a sword. A sword belonging to Jiangxiu Lu Chaoga. The style of this sword is very simple, and the whole body is pitch black. The hilt is black, as is the scabbard. It has no sword spikes, no pendants, and no carvings. It looks simple and monotonous. Well, it's the exact opposite of the bells and whistles of its owner. Sword name, Not Too Late. This is the name Lu Chaoga himself took. And what it means, only he himself knows. Among the people present, it was the first time that Xiaoqiu saw an alien beast. In addition, she was still a child, so she couldn't help but let out a cry of Exclamation, and she was worried about the head teacher. The fleshy round face was instantly pale and bloodless. She was the slowest to react. The hand of the master uncle, I don't know when, was already holding the hilt of the sword. So fast. Yu and Lu Dongli thought of this at the same time. The alien beast suddenly attacked, and he was able to react between lightning and flint. Only Ninging smiled. Those charming peach eyes were full of smiles, seeing through all. This was just the arrangement of this stinky boy. Under normal circumstances, when the two are at war, many times a prejudgment needs to be made. But deliberately selling a flaw is different. As long as you go to my flaws, then your every move is already in my calculations. This is the so-called high-end hunter, who always appears as a prey. The next moment, Lu Chaoga moved. Just as the sharp teeth of the black-striped snake were about to bite at the back of his neck, the black sword in his hand slammed back. This blow, he did not make any reservations. Not too late, the long sword, with its scabbard, slapped the black snake's left eye with a bang. This is where the black snake's weakness lies. In game terms, hitting here can produce a 100% crit effect. I'll give you a crooked head. Lu Chaoga shouted violently. Snapped. In an instant, the black-striped snake tilted its head and flew out. 100 meters away, Yu, who was hiding in the dark, only felt that the scene in front of him was too familiar. During the same year, he had experienced it too many times. The most amazing thing is that his head couldn't help but twist. The body has a conditioned reflex of shame. Chapter 10. Enlightenment. Yu, what's the matter with you? Ninging looked back and glanced at Yu, who was tilting her neck with a little doubt. Uncle, I'm fine. Yu raised her right hand and rubbed her neck to hide her embarrassment. At that moment just now, he watched the black snake's head be smashed. Crookedly, the sense of substitution was too strong. The shadow of childhood, so terrifying. After calming down, Yu recounted what Lu Chaoga had just done in her mind. And she didn't know for a while whether he did it by chance or if everything was what he expected. The most terrifying thing was that this 5-meter-long black-striped snake was rolling and twitching on the ground at the moment. It was obviously badly injured, as if it had lost its strength in the first battle. Uncle, I don't understand. Yu turned to look at Ninging with deep doubts in her tone. Young people, ask if you don't understand. Oh? What's wrong with you? Ninging asked. Judging from the momentum just now, this black-striped snake is obviously not an ordinary 9-rank exotic beast. And I just observed it, it has reverse scales on its body. If nothing else, there should be a high-level exotic beast in its body. Blood. So what? Ninging asked again. That's why I don't understand why sure. Lu Chaoga's blow just now can make this unusual black-striped snake hurt so badly. Yu asked. Because that's where the black snake's weakness lies. Ninging raised her hand, straightened the wooden hairpin on her bun, and said. With her cultivation, the mere black-striped snake can be seen through at a glance. Hearing this, Yu fell into a brief silence. The world protagonist has obviously got the answer, but the confusion in his heart has become more and more intense. How did he find out? How did he do all this? Beside the 3 marrow-washing spirit grasses, Lu Chaoga held a sword in one hand, and let the whole, not too late, turn around in his hand, just like a playboy turning a folding fan in his hand. The long sword was put into the storage ring. The black-striped snake, not far away, is already in a state of residual blood. He only needs to go over to make up the knife, to kill it, and gain a considerable amount of experience. I saw that he raised his right hand, flicked his fingers, and a small needle, like sword chi, flew out, directly penetrating the twitching black snake. Lu Chaoga's movements were all dashing, and Xiaoqiu, who was not far away, was completely fascinated. Sect Master, alright, so amazing. Is this the legendary fairy method? However, Lu Dongli raised her hand to cover her face, expressing incomprehension to her brother's actions. The sword chi at the fingertips consumes a lot of spiritual power. She knows very well that with her brother's total spiritual power, the sword chi at the fingertips can't do much. This combat style is equivalent to wasting spiritual power, and the utilization rate is too low, which is not in line with her combat concept. Obviously, walking over and making up a sword can be done. What kind of fingertip sword energy do you use? If there is any danger at this moment, and the loss of spiritual power in the body is so large, wouldn't it be directly cool? She didn't know that it was, because Lu Chaoga knew that black snakes could spit poisonous fog, and he didn't want to be smeared by poisonous fog when he approached. At that time, many sand sculpture players just didn't understand this and were directly poisoned to death. Ding! You have successfully killed the alien beast, Black Snake, and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! Your promotion mission has been completed. Do you want to receive the mission reward? Lu Chaoga nodded slightly. It's not bad, it actually has 10,000 experience points. Although 10,000 experience points are not too much compared to the experience points he has accumulated silently over the years, for him at this stage, it is also a considerable reward. You know, to upgrade from level 10 to level 11, it just takes 10,000 experience points. As for the reward for the promotion mission, Lu Chaoga chose to receive it without thinking about it. Ding! Successfully received, you have obtained a spiritual enlightenment coupon, orange. Looking at the quest reward, even the well-informed Lu Chaoga felt a little uneasy for a while. Inspirational coupon, it's actually an orange level inspirational coupon. But thinking about it is right, since it is an orange level task, the reward given should also be an orange level reward. It's just that after the player completes the task, the rewards given by the system are not necessarily fixed, but are often random. And the spirit voucher is undoubtedly one of the top rewards in the early game. The so-called spirit enlightening coupons are used to enlighten players. In the profound sky realm, the first realm is equivalent to laying the foundation, and entering the first realm is actually regarded as truly entering the world of cultivation. When breaking through the first realm, practitioners with extraordinary aptitude may be favored by some powers of heaven and earth, and get a chance to enlightenment. The so-called enlightenment is the ability to have one more natal supernatural power. It is more like a permanent buff than a natal supernatural power. For example, if you are favored by lightning, you will be inspired by the power of thunder and lightning between heaven and earth, and your spiritual power will have its own thunder attribute. Every sword energy of yours will be surrounded by thunder and lightning, and it will have its own Pikachu buff. Like Yu Yu and Lu Dongli, they have both enlightened. Yu Yu is fire, Lu Dongli is wind. These abilities, the more you reach the later stage, the more you can see the advantages. In the past life, there were only a very small number of players who had been enlightened. Lu Chaoga recalled, but he couldn't think of a few. Anyway, at that time, he was never enlightened. In the past, his greatest superpower was just a mere wealth. Woohoo, take off. Lu Chaoga smiled brightly, his color getting darker. Because he was in a good mood, his actions of pulling up the marrow washing spirit grass seemed extraordinarily rude. Men, they like to vent when they are in a good mood, and they like to vent when they are in a bad mood. Since the mirror-washing spirit grass has been pulled out, it should be taken as soon as possible. He only pulled one plant, because Momin was too poor, and there was no container to store the mirror-washing spirit grass. Pulling it out would be a waste. It's better to remember this coordinate and try your luck next time. Let's go. Lu Chaoga turned to Lu Dongli and the others. They need to find a secluded and safe place to consume spirit herbs in the flame forest, which is too dangerous. Okay. Lu Dongli decisively took out a light boat, and everyone quickly got on the boat and left the outer area of the flame forest. After the four of them left, Ningning took Yu to show her figure, and pulled out the marrow-washing spirit grass on the ground and placed it in the jade box. Sure enough, following a woman of this age, she is nourished in every way. After picking the spirit grass, Ningning waved the sleeves of her black Taoist robe. After hiding her breath, she followed Yu and followed Avi in secret. Lu Dongli's light boat flew through the air, and soon came to a small waterfall. She used her divine sense to look around, and after confirming that it was safe, she slowly landed, preparing to protect Xiaoqiu. After Xiaoqiu sat down cross-legged obediently, Lu Chaoga actually sat directly beside her. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Before he sat down, his eldest disciple, hiding, took out a futon from the magic treasure and quickly put it on the ground. This dumb apprentice Lu Chaoga has been training for so many years, and he has already been trained. Xiaoqiu raised her chubby round face and looked at the handsome uncle of the sect master beside her, a little puzzled. What she wondered was not why she didn't sit on a futon, but, "Do you want to share the food too?" She had been greedy for this fragrant marrow-washing spirit grass for a long time, thinking in her heart. Lu Chaoga seemed to have noticed that Xiaoqiu was swallowing saliva, so he smiled and said, "Want to eat?" Xiaoqiu nodded embarrassedly. "It will hurt a lot after eating," Lu Chaoga reminded. "Ah." Xiaoqiu was shocked. The facial features of a round face were all wrinkled together, like a big meat bun. After a while, she asked seriously, "Then, is that delicious?" "The taste is good." Seeing her serious expression, Lu Chaoga replied. "Seriously?" Lu Dongli couldn't take it any longer, interrupted the conversation between the two, and said, "Brother has exhausted his spiritual power, so he needs to meditate and adjust his breath?" She wanted to take the opportunity to tell her brother that it is wrong for you to abuse your spiritual power like this. How could he know that Lu Chaoga waved his hand and said, "Elder Dongli has been worrying too much. This seat feels something in my heart, and I'm afraid that the situation will be broken now." "Really?" Lu Dongli's beautiful eyes lit up, her slender and straight legs were tense, her body leaned forward, and her toes couldn't help but stand on tiptoe slightly. Lu Chaoga thought, if she had a small tail, she would have been wagging happily by now. P.S. Thanks to the old and new friends for their support. Don't forget to vote for recommendations every day. Chapter 11. Unprecedented. Are you finally going to break through? On the other hand, Yu was no less excited than Lu Dongli. But he concealed it well, but he couldn't help clenching his fists. Ningning stretched on the side, with her movement, wearing a slightly loose black Taoist robe on someone else's body. It was a little precarious. Comparing the excitement of Lu Dongli and Yu, Ningning was a little lazy. At this time, there is still interest in joking with Yu, saying, "Yu." Yu and Xiaolizi both lived with Qi Ling when they broke the boundary. Reporting to Master Uncle, "That's true." Yu nodded, without the slightest arrogance in her tone. "It's true that he's a proud man, but also look at who you're up against. Which big man in the cultivation world is not a genius in the sky? Ning Ying's eyes wandered, and those charming peach eyes glanced at Lu Chaoga. And said, then do you think Chaoga has a chance to enlighten his soul? Impossible. Yu said firmly. After speaking, he also felt that his tone was too strong, and added, Uncle. Sure, what this disciple means is that since ancient times, there has never been a precedent for a successful enlightenment after the age of 16. This is a fact, at least according to the records in the classics, there has never been such a situation. Ning Ying nodded slightly and did not speak. She just said it casually. On the other side, Lu Chaoga had already sat cross-legged, while his eldest disciple, hiding, took out a small incense burner and lit the incense in it. Originally, Lu Chaoga planned to protect Xiaoqiu together with Xiaolizi. After Xiaoqiu had absorbed the spirituality of the marrow-washing spirit grass, he would use the spirit enlightenment coupon to upgrade to an insignificant character level, by the way. But Lu Dongli obviously couldn't wait any longer, and kept urging on the side, telling Lu Chaoga to hurry into the meditation. No way, how many years has my brother been stuck in the great perfection of the first realm? It is rare for him to realize something, and the bottleneck is loose, so he should do it all the more. What if it will close again later? Since some channels have been opened, don't hesitate, just one word, rush. Lu Chaoga couldn't beat his younger sister, so he had to close his eyes beside Xiaoqiu and meditate. It felt like they were in preschool, and he was listening along. After closing his eyes, Lu Chaoga opened the system's backpack, found the enlightenment coupon, and clicked to use it. From his point of view, using Qi-Ling coupons is also a bit like a lottery draw. Because you don't know what kind of gift of the power of heaven and earth you will get in the end. In this regard, Lu Chaoga is still looking forward to it. Of course, it is impossible to be nervous. Chosen son, what's so nervous? My Qi-Ling, almost. Soon, a mysterious ripple spread from his body. This translucent ripple radiated to the surroundings, like ripples on the water, rippling towards the surroundings. This is. Lu Dongli almost exclaimed with a steady temperament. Qi-Ling. My brother is going to Qi-Ling. She was shocked and her heart was shocked. Lu Dongli is not a data party like Yu. She doesn't know that since ancient times, there are no examples of people who are over 16 years old and who can enlighten their souls in all major classics. Otherwise, she might be even more shocked. Huh? Elder Ning Ying, who was not far away, looked puzzled, even though she was well informed. She was shocked by the scene in front of her. This kid Chaoga gave me another big surprise. And Yu, who was beside her, opened her mouth slightly, but she couldn't say a word. Kailing? Even at such an age, he has been enlightened for the first time in the world. After this mysterious ripple dissipated, the surrounding spiritual energy became active in an instant. Lu Dongli devotes herself to protecting her brother and Xiaoqiu, because she is the one who has enlightened the spirit, and she knows very well what kind of visions of heaven and earth will occur when the spirit is enlightened. Such a big movement is impossible for no one to notice. Therefore, in addition to being excited, Lu Dongli is more cautious. She didn't know that just after the mysterious ripples dispersed, many good people flew towards this place. Qi-Ling is a first-class event, and many practitioners immediately came to watch. In the profound sky realm, the cultivators are not too oblivious and unfeeling. On the contrary, many practitioners are very affectionate. Due to the long lifespan, there are few recreational activities. After living for a long time, they love to have nothing to do more than mortals. Therefore, the more cultivators, the more likely they have all kinds of weird and wicked tastes, and joining in the fun is even more normal. It's just that before they even flew to the center, they felt a terrifying pressure. That was from Ning Ying's breath, a warning to them. Great cultivator. The good deeds who arrived were startled. More than that, when I look at this breath, I'm afraid it's not as simple as the fifth realm. It's scattered. It seems that it is the disciple of a certain great practitioner who has enlightened the spirit. I can only envy it, so don't surround it here, and save this expert from displeasing it. Hey! Why isn't that disciple of mine so high-spirited, let alone chilling? It took 2 whole years to break through the first realm. It took me 2 years to enter the first realm at the age of 14. I'm a little curious, what kind of power of heaven and earth will this young talent gain? A group of practitioners left the venue regretfully, and no one dared to provoke Ning Ying. Above the fifth realm, she can be called a great cultivator, and she is a genuine great cultivator in terms of stature and cultivation. With her under her cover, Lu Chaoga's road to enlightenment would be less troublesome. In fact, it is precisely because of this that many talents have to join the big sect even if they have broken their heads. Sometimes there is still a big gap between whether there is anyone above. There is someone on the head, it is very moist. As a party, Lu Chaoga has entered a very mysterious state at this moment. He seemed to see various kinds of power of heaven and earth. Fire, wind, thunder, frost. Their attitude towards Lu Chaoga is not very close. And this indifference, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com in the eyes of Lu Chaoga, automation is for they dare not approach me. Among the many powers of heaven and earth, there is a power of heaven and earth that gathered towards him with a close attitude. Hey, it's it. Lu Chaoga was a little surprised. This is one of the most common things on weekdays, but I haven't heard of anyone's enlightenment being it. Why is no one enlightened by it? Lu Chaoga never thought about it before. After all, I am not a spiritual enlightener, why do I think so much? But it's different now, and he thinks there may be a mystery hidden in it. Unique, as expected of me. After a minute and a second, Xiao Qiu opened his eyes after eating the marrow washing spirit grass, and had completely absorbed the medicinal power of the spirit grass. She is numb all over now, and she feels that it really hurts just as the head master said. However, the taste of the marrow-washing spirit grass is awesome. She swallowed again, as if she was still thinking about it. After opening his eyes, Xiaoqiu's first reaction was to look at the master and the headmaster. Unexpectedly, his master was looking surprised at the moment, while the head master was sitting quietly beside him, his eyebrows and eyes were picturesque. His face was indifferent, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Confident and calm. Master, what's wrong? Xiaoqiu was a little puzzled. Following her master's gaze, she turned her head and looked back. Soon, her chubby round face became wonderful, her small mouth opened wide, and she let out a silent, wow. Because behind her, the waterfall that was rushing down 3,000 feet was actually still and frozen. 9 days away, the sound of the avenues came, solemn, deafening. As if it was an edict from heaven. Yu, Qiling. Chapter 12. 12. Dragon quotes. The water flow of the waterfall was frozen and still, and the scene in front of him was like a miracle. The sprayed water droplets stagnated in the air, and under the sunlight, they were like pearls floating in the air. And a solemn voice that came from above the 9 heavens, even a great cultivator like Ning Ying, with an unfathomable cultivation base, could not help but tremble in his heart. People like Yu and Lu Dongli couldn't help shaking their bodies. The decree of heaven, it is actually the decree of heaven. Everyone was shocked. Although Yu and Lu Dongli both had enlightenment, neither of them had triggered the Edict of Heaven. Because they are not the first practitioners to be recognized by fire and wind. Only the first person who is recognized by some kind of power of heaven and earth will produce the decree of heaven and earth. What kind of power of heaven and earth has senior brother gained? Yu's body trembled, feeling that she had witnessed history. He didn't realize it himself, but he once again naturally said the word senior brother in his heart. Ningying glanced at the frozen waterfall in the distance, and said, "It's water. Water." Yu heard the words and felt a lot of emotion. People are well aware of the significance of water to all things in the universe. It is one of the most common things in the world and one of the most precious things in the world. The best is like water. Since ancient times, no one has ever obtained the recognition of water. Yu had a bold guess in her heart, "Senior brother, you have been stuck in the great perfection of the first realm for so many years, is it intentional?" He felt that he was very close to the truth. Above the 9 heavens, the decree of heavenly Tao came again. Yu, Qiling. The solemn voice spread all over 100 miles, making the surrounding practitioners who had already dispersed couldn't help but draw their attention again. They thought that they had happened to meet Qi Ling, the proud son of heaven. But they did not expect to encounter the legendary miracle. Today is really eye-opening. I don't know which sect of Tianjiao disciples actually motivated the heavenly Tao Edict. According to the records of the classics, a few decrees of the heavenly Tao were triggered, which represented the degree of harvest of the spiritual enlightenment. Normally, when you awaken your spirit, how much power of heaven and earth you can digest and absorb, only you know in your own heart, but in fact, you can't tell how much you have absorbed. It feels like Master Tiandao said to invite you to dinner and prepared delicious food for you. You may end up with 5 dishes, but you don't know how many dishes Master Tiandao has prepared for you. You don't know. Eat a few % by yourself. But it is different with Heaven's Tao decree, which is equivalent to quantification. 9 is the number of extremes. If it can produce 9 heavenly decrees, it is equivalent to completely absorbing the gift of the power of heaven and earth. Eating it and wiping it, and draining it until there is not a drop left. At this moment, 2 heavenly Tao decrees have come, which means that Lu Chaoga has absorbed 2/9. The higher the absorption ratio in this process, the greater the later benefit. As a party, Lu Chaoga can be said to be a cultural desert in this regard. He does not understand the decrees of heaven, nor does he understand the meaning of their representation. It even felt a little noisy. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" He only knew that he was in a very mysterious state now. He felt that he was soaking in the hot spring. There was a warm energy that nourished him, penetrated into his body, and merged into his body. It's very moist. He likes moist. This state is addictive and makes him want to stay longer. One after another, the heavenly decree came from above the 9 heavens, and it soon reached the 6th sound. And the golden revelation coupon gradually dimmed, and the gloss was several % less than at the beginning. 6, it's the 6th. Lu Dongli kept pacing on the side, nervous and excited. Xiaoqiu and Haiding didn't understand why she was like this. They had never seen anything in the world, and they were still in a state of stunned by the vision of heaven and earth. Yu stared intently at Lu Chaoga. As a cultural oasis, he said, according to the records, the minimum number of sounds that can trigger the heavenly Tao Edict is 6. And above the 6 tones, it depends on everyone's good fortune. Ningning smiled charmingly, looked at Yu, who was concerned, and said, "Then do you think Chaoga can finally trigger a few decrees of heaven? That's naturally the more. Cough, uncle, how can I guess the way of heaven?" Yu squeezed her fists, realizing that she almost said the wrong thing, and immediately changed her words. Ningning stopped teasing him, and at the same time, she felt that there was nothing wrong with Yu's words. Yes, the way of heaven is something I can guess. Even if she is already a great practitioner, she does not have such qualifications. At this moment, Ningning has only joy in her heart. As an elder, she saw that the son of an old friend was promising, but she felt that her heart was full, her chest was swollen, and her joy was almost overflowing. With the size of her heart, it can be filled, which shows how happy she is. 9 days above, a solemn voice came again at this moment. "You, Qiling." Lu Chaoga was in a mysterious realm and felt something at this moment. He got it. Turn out to be Tian Dao is a repeater with no emotions. Aside from this perception, Lu Chaoga was more confused. The so-called enlightenment is actually turning on a certain switch in the human body. After the switch is turned on, you can absorb some kind of power of heaven and earth and obtain a permanent buff. But the switch on his body seems to have not loosened for a long time. It stands to reason that after every decree of heaven and earth, the switch should be loosened a little, and the entrance to absorb the power of heaven and earth should also be widened a little. Isn't the entrance always like this? It's very tight at first, but after a few passes, it becomes more spacious. But I still fit perfectly, what the hell? The 8th decree of heavenly Tao came at this moment, and Lu Chaoga's enlightenment voucher became more and more dim, and it was already translucent. He looked at the enlightenment voucher thoughtfully. This golden enlightenment voucher seems to have its own spirituality. Although it is very dim and seems to dissipate at any time, it is still very active. It seems to be guiding Lu Chaoga and giving him mysterious reminders. Finally, the 9th heavenly Tao decree came from above the 9 heavens. "You, Qiling." At this moment, even the well-informed Ningning couldn't help but tremble in her delicate body, and her heart shook. The number of 9 is extremely high, and Chaoga has reached the limit. The waterfall, which was originally frozen, flew down and returned to its original state. The roar of the water blowing suddenly came. Boom! And a switch in Lu Chaoga's body suddenly turned on. He felt that the whole world became clear, and his perception of his world had undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. But this change was not brought about by the 9th heavenly Tao decree. His enlightenment has nothing to do with heaven, and is not a gift from heaven. My life is my destiny. And the reason why he succeeded in enlightenment. Just because he was under the guidance of the revelation voucher, he silently recited in his heart like a ghost or a god. I, Qiling. Chapter 13. 13. Breaking through, is it difficult? Ding. Congratulations to the player, you have successfully awakened the spirit and obtained the power of heaven and earth, water. The system prompt sounded beside Lu Chaoga's ear, indicating that he had indeed successfully awakened his spirit. Oh, my life is up to me. The smile on Lu Chaoga's face gradually turned evil and mad. Lu Chaoga, who was wearing a blue robe, slowly opened his dark eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he waved his sleeve lightly, and water droplets shot out from the waterfall behind him. A mass of water gathered in the palm of his hand. Today, he has a very high affinity for water. In addition to the power of water contained in his spiritual power, he has a permanent buff and seems to have the ability to control water. Lu Chaoga clenched his fists lightly inward with his 5 fingers, and the water mass immediately dissipated and turned into steam. And when his palm hooked inward again, the steam turned into a water mass. Again. This ability to control water has many wonderful uses. Lu Chaoge was very satisfied. Now, he can get water wherever he wants, as long as water can be produced there. When Lu Dongli saw Lu Chaoge's exquisite water control technique, he immediately understood that his brother's inspiration was water. She squatted down, a pair of slender and straight legs bent down, the inner calves and thighs were brought together, and if you looked from the side, you could see the perfect leg shape and outline. After squatting down, Lu Dongli looked at Lu Chaoge, who was sitting cross-legged, and said happily and excitedly, "Brother, after chilling, how do you feel?" Under normal circumstances, in public, she always calls her brother Lu Chaoge. But now she calls her brother directly and intimately, which shows that she is in a good mood at the moment. That invisible little tail is probably already wagging. It's not bad. Lu Chaoge smiled crookedly, and then clicked his finger lightly. Xiaoqiu, who was standing aside, was a little confused. "Because I don't know why, my saliva flowed out of the corner of my mouth." She raised her chubby little hand, wiped her chubby round face vigorously, and glanced at the sect master and master a little embarrassedly. "You shouldn't reminisce about the smell of the marrow-washing spirit grass. You're drooling anyway." Xiaoqiu was surprised. "But the taste of the marrow-washing spirit grass is awesome." Xiaoqiu's little movements were all in Lu Chaoge's eyes. It was he who was controlling the water just now, causing Xiaoqiu to drool. After the small experiment, the culprit nodded secretly and said in his heart, "Not bad, the water in the human body can also be controlled. That's great. And it's awesome in every way." There is a passage that says, "Do you like drinking water? Then you already like 70% of me." The human body contains a lot of water, therefore, the ability to control water is far from being as simple as everyone thinks. Now that Lu Chaoge has successfully awakened the spirit and Xiaoqiu has finished taking the spirit grass, Lu Dongli thinks it's best not to stay here for a long time. She was actually very puzzled why when her brother Qiling was so powerful, no practitioners came to watch. Cautiously, she used the spirit wind technique to clean up the place. Then, she ran various spells and tried her best to eliminate the aura left by everyone here. After finishing the whole set of work, she made sure that nothing was missed. And then took out a light boat and left with everyone. Ning Ying, who was secretly following, immediately followed with Yu Yu. She could see that Yu Yu was a little absent-minded at the moment. He seemed to be in a state of inner drama. Ning Ying was not surprised by this. After all, Lu Chaoge is Yu Yu's childhood shadow, an existence that makes him look up. He has always regarded Lu Chaoge as his lifelong goal. But later Lu Chaoge walked in place. Yu Yu's belief collapsed, and there was a serious phenomenon of fans turning to black. Now, he is watching Lu Chaoge create the history of enlightening the spirit. Again. He enlightened the spirit at the age of 20 for the first time, and it is the power of water that has never been seen before. How could he be calm? The 9 heavenly decrees that came from above the 9 heavens fell into Yu Yu's ears, more like a signal. The man who once dominated him may be coming back. 2 one-leaf light boats were flying in the air in tandem, and Yu Yu suddenly discovered a problem. "Uncle sure. But sure. Lu Chaoge still hasn't broken through." Yu Yu finally found something wrong. The 9 voices of Qi Ling, who had been shocked by Lu Chaoge just now, suddenly forgot that he hadn't broken through yet. Judging from his breath, it is still the first realm of great perfection, and he has not yet stepped into the first realm. "You finally found out." Ninging said calmly after being stunned for a while. The two focused their eyes on Lu Chaoge in front of him and found that he seemed to be distracted at the moment, in a state of emptiness. In fact, this is indeed the case. Lu Chaoge is thinking about a problem very seriously at the moment. Over the years, I have saved so much experience through some special ways. Now that the promotion task is finally completed, you can continue to upgrade. How many levels should I upgrade first? Others are still struggling, and it is difficult to break through a small realm. At this time, Lu Chaoge was already struggling to break through several small realms. The reason why he has this tangle is because experience points are so useful. It can not only be used to improve the character level, but also used elsewhere. For example, if you have learned a new swordsmanship, then, in Tiangshuanji, this is classified as skill, and if you want to improve the skill level, you also need to spend experience points. Moreover, Lu Chaoge has never been in the habit of running out of experience points. To be precise, most players like to save some experience points, because there is an advantage after the upgrade, that is, full blue. In other words, if you suddenly level up during the battle, you can return to your best state in no time. The spiritual power value is instantly full. This feature is useful in many cases. For Lu Chaoge, the previously stored experience value was like a frozen fund in the bank. Now that it has finally been unfrozen, he has to think about how to spend it. As for how much funds he has saved, that's a secret. After a light boat flew in the air for a while, Lu Dongli took out the spiritual spring water from the storage ring and asked everyone, "Drink?" Lingquan water tastes sweet, and after drinking it, the whole body is icy, and it has a certain blue-returning effect, that is, it can restore spiritual power. Xiaoqiu, this little greedy spirit, immediately nodded like pounding garlic. And Hiding also nodded. After Lu Dongli poured a glass of spiritual spring water for the two of them, she turned to Lu Chaoge and said, "Brother, spiritual spring water." Lu Chaoge, who was still thinking seriously, took over the spring water. Mechanically. When many people are concentrating on a certain thing, the person next to them suddenly hands over something, and they will take it instinctively, and the same is true of Lu Chaoge. He was holding a water glass that was not too big or not, and after a while, he realized that he was drinking water. At this moment, he also made a decision. Use less first, after all, according to my plan, the experience points will be of great use in the future. Thinking of this, he smirked lightly, looked down at the water glass, and took a sip of the spiritual spring water in it. With a mouthful of spring water, his whole body was refreshed, and he chose easily and comfortably upgrade. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy became more active and began to pour into Lu Chaoge's body frantically. And his breath changed suddenly, no longer the first realm great perfection, but officially entered the first realm. Feeling all this, Lu Dongli turned back suddenly, his eyes fixed on his brother. I saw that every time Lu Chaoge took a sip of the spiritual spring water, the breath on his body rose a level, breaking through a small realm. 5 sips of the Lingquan in the water cup were exhausted, and Lu Chaoge even broke the 5th heaven. Chapter 14. 14. Kendo Qualification. Drink a sip of spiritual spring water, and you will break through the 1st heaven. This situation makes people feel suspicious of life. When did it become so easy to break through? Xiaoqiu had just stepped into the door of the world of cultivation, so she was still confused and didn't know what happened. She was very puzzled. Why did the headmaster take a few sips of the spring water comfortably and easily when the master and the elder brother showed such a shocked expression? Could it be possible? Master Sherbua has hidden secrets even when he drinks, Water. When she was at the foot of the mountain, she heard the adults say that practitioners are not something that ordinary people can guess, and what they do often seems random, but in fact there is a way. Well, the handsome master and uncle must be such a powerful cultivator. In order to show that she is very gregarious, Xiaoqiu also opened her mouth wide, showing shock on her face. I don't know how to pretend. JPG. Lu Chaoge looked as usual, he was different from everyone else. In his view, it was nothing but a small thing. After all, for him, this is just an upgrade. In his previous life, his level had already exceeded level 60, and now he has only risen to level 15. What's the fuss about? Basic operations are just basic operations. A glass of water breaks through the 5 realms, a glass of water breaks through the 5 realms. Yu, who was not far away, kept repeating this sentence, as if in a daze. He is very talented and can be regarded as a rare genius in Jianzhong for thousands of years. But since his cultivation, he has only taken one step at a time, and at most he has broken through 2 or 3 small realms. Moreover, when he broke through, he would definitely not be as relaxed and casual as Lu Chaoge. Doesn't he need to meditate? As the representative of Cultural Oasis, Yueka felt that the scene in front of him exceeded his knowledge reserve. Why can he do whatever he wants? Have been shown. At this time, Yu became more and more firm about her previous guess. Senior brother Chaoge was definitely stuck in the first realm of great perfection on purpose, absolutely. Yu felt that she had seen him through and began to try to understand him. It seems that I misunderstood senior brother Chaoge in the past. He did not give up on himself, nor did he want to make progress. He has his own plans. At the same time, he also asked himself, Yu, if it were you, would you be able to bear your temper and not break through for so many years? The answer is naturally no. With such a heart, I am not as good as him. Looking at the scene in front of Ning, she felt that it was unexpected and reasonable. She watched Lu Chaoge grow up, and she was there on the day Lu Chaoge was born. In her impression, Lu Chaoge has always been a precocious child. Other babies can recognize people. If someone unfamiliar holds them, they will cry easily, but Lu Chaoge won't. When she hugged Lu Chaoge for the first time, Xiao Chaoge fell into a deep sleep on her chest and slept soundly on her chest. This made her very happy. A woman, how could she be unhappy seeing a newborn child who is naturally close to herself? And Lu Chaoge was indeed, as she thought, being different from other children since childhood. Although he's different, there's so little that's hard to describe. Even if he was stuck in the great perfection of the first realm for many years, every time Ning went to Momin to visit him, his temper was still the same as usual. You can't see any negative emotions such as loss, self-pity, lack of self-confidence in him. On the contrary, his unique temperament and personality seem to be on the rise, pulling harder every year. This child is indestructible. Ning thought so anyway. Over the years, more and more people have been disappointed by Lu Chaoge, but Ning, who is Aunt Ning, has never felt it. There is a well-known kind sister-in-law in a certain country on earth. Lu Chaoge has his kind Aunt Ning. Ning even thought that breaking the 5 realms with a glass of water might just be the beginning. After breaking through 5 small realms in a row, Lu Chaoge officially became a practitioner in the first realm. Xiaoqiu has also digested and absorbed the spiritual grass, and the first ray of spiritual power has been generated in her body. She is no longer immortal and has become a small cultivator with a round face. Therefore, the first link of the Sect's mission is officially completed. Soon, a system prompt sounded in Lu Chaoge's ear. Ding. After testing, your sect, Momin, has met the standards of the 9th grade sect. Is it promoted? What's there to hesitate about? Rush. Lu Chaoge decisively chose to advance. Not in the stream, these 3 words, he has long disliked them. Although when playing games in the past, sand sculpture, players all called the 9th grade, 8th grade, and 7th grade sects as dirty, but the dirty is better than the poor, right? Ding. The promotion is successful. A pleasant system prompt sound came, and soon I consulted again. Ding. Do you want to receive the first ring quest reward? Lu Chaoge directly chose to receive it. Because his identity is the most special, he is the head of the sect, so his sect mission is also the most different. His mission is to raise the sect level. The further back you go, the greater the difficulty factor, and the more difficult it will be to improve your sect level. But at the same time, the task reward is also the most generous. By raising the Momin to the 9th rank sect, he directly gained 50,000 experience points, as well as the coveted character attribute point. Attribute points are extremely valuable and extremely difficult for players to acquire, such as charm, kendo qualification, root bone, etc. in the character panel are character attributes. Once you get character attribute points, you can add points to them. It is worth mentioning that the character attribute points rewarded by the system are usually divided into 3 categories. One is random attribute points, which is equivalent to adding points randomly in the form of a lottery. These attribute points are more common and easier to obtain. Because this attribute is full of urine, maybe you are a sword cultivator, and what you need most is kendo qualification. It will give you a random gundo qualification or stick road qualification, and you want to cry without tears. What do I want this gun and stick for? Well, useful or somewhat useful. Even if you are a sword cultivator, after obtaining the spear path qualification, you will find it easier to find the opponent's flaws when you encounter a cultivator with a gun, form a small degree of suppression, and have a higher probability of hitting a crit effect. But the overall increase is still very small. The second category is free attribute points, which can be freely added by players and distributed according to their own wishes. Attribute points of this type are extremely precious and extremely rare. You know, the later stage, the higher the character level and the higher the attribute point, the more the advantage will be magnified. And the dog system is not for charity. Everyone has played games and should know the urine nature of the so-called lottery function. To give a simple example, when your kendo qualification has reached 6 points, it will be difficult for you to win kendo qualification by lottery. At this time, the magical effect of free attribute points can be reflected. The third category is to specify attribute points, which are attribute points directly specified by the system. Lu Chaoge's reward this time is to specify attribute points. Since Momin is a kendo sect, the designated attribute point this time is directly kendo qualification. From this, it can be seen that the sect mission at the head level is still very good. If Momin is rewarded with 1 point of kendo qualification for each rank of rank, Lu Chaoge will be able to directly change the sky. For every additional point of kendo aptitude, my sword chi attribute can get a 10% bonus in all directions. At the same time, my upper limit has also been raised. Lu Chaoge thought to himself. According to the game settings in Tiangshuanji, like Lu Chaoge currently only has 1 point of swordsmanship qualification, no matter how he learns any swordsmanship skills, he can only raise his swordsmanship level to level 1. No matter how much experience you have, you are not allowed to level up. Anyway, In addition to skill restrictions, UU reading www.sonicmtl.com has other restrictions. For example, sword intent. Sword intent is a high-end thing, and it takes a lot of experience points to pile up. However, a sword cultivator with sword intent and a sword cultivator without sword intent can be said to be one heaven and one underground, with the difference between clouds and mud. One hits three, no problem. The more high-end sword cultivator players are, the more willing they are to spend their blood on sword intent. And kendo qualification also determines the upper limit of sword intent. 1 point is level 1, 2 points is level 2, and so on. Since many functions have not been unlocked before, Lu Chaoga Kong has a whole body of experience points, and he has not unlocked sword intent yet. Now, after returning to the sect, you can try to unlock it. The smile on Lu Chaoga's face gradually faded, he smiled crookedly, and directly received the mission reward. When he opened the character panel again, in the Kendo Qualification column, it had become Kendo Qualification 2. If I remember correctly, Yu, this rude little brat, as one of the protagonists of the world, is Kendo Qualification 10, known as the Flawless Sword Body. Lu Chaoga thought. This means that Yu has infinite potential and has a chance to reach the top of Kendo. Very strong. However, Lu Chaoga will not belittle himself because of this. Don't forget, he also has an attribute that is innately full. Then my charm 10 can be called a flawless charm? Tisk, being sultry and arrogant obviously doesn't match my temperament. But anyway, he was very satisfied with it. After all, being strong is temporary, but being handsome is forever. Chapter 15. 15. Heart Demon. This world is very realistic, handsome people pretend to be arrogant, that is called tyrannical, cool and dazzling. Ugly-looking people pretend to be aggressive, and that makes ugly people more at fault. Therefore, with the character of Lu Chaoga, Charm 10 is very useful, and it is far from being as simple as it seems. With a happy mood, Lu Chaoga began to browse the second link of his sect mission. The content of the task is very simple, that is, to upgrade the Momin from the 9th rank sect to the 8th rank. The quest reward is 200,000 experience points and 1 point of Kendo qualification. The basic conditions of the 8th rank sect are obviously much higher than that of the 9th rank sect. First of all, the sect reputation value must reach 1,000 points. With 1,000 reputation points, Momin must be named in the cultivation world. Only relying on the accumulation of prestige among mortals, I don't know that. The year of the monkey, the horse and the moon can increase to 1,000 points. Current progress, 307/1000. Hey, why has the reputation value increased so much? Lu Chaoga was a little puzzled, he remembered that it was only 211. Has there been any cultivator who has given me green eyes recently? Why don't I know? There must be a few more fans hiding in the dark. Lu Chaoga thought it was normal, he even took it for granted. Secondly, the 8th rank sect requires that the strength of the sect master is at least the 2nd realm. At the same time, there must be at least 3 practitioners in the 2nd realm. In the sect. Current progress, January 3rd. In the Momin, only Lu Dongli, the only elder of the Momin, met the conditions. The last requirement is that there are more than 100 disciples in the sect. Current progress, 10 out of 100. After browsing the task requirements, Lu Chaoga closed the task system and turned his attention elsewhere. After reaching level 15, he unlocked another system function exclusive to players. The apprenticeship system. The so-called mentoring system is nothing more than playing the old with the new. This kind of routine is not only in the game, but also very common in Places such as real estate sales. After the player's own level reaches level 10, it has the function of accepting apprentices. As the level of the disciple under the name increases, the master can obtain a certain amount of experience points as a reward. The amount of the reward is 50% of the disciple's level up experience. For example, a disciple needs 10,000 experience points to upgrade from level 10 to level 11. After he upgrades, the master can get 5,000 experience points as a reward. This ratio seems to be very high, and it can be divided into 50%. But in fact, in the game, the master level is generally higher than the apprentice, and the consumption of experience points is also larger on weekdays. Therefore, this ratio is actually quite appropriate. It is worth mentioning that a player can accept unlimited apprentices, but only the first 3 apprentices can allow the master to receive experience points. Of course, there is also the phenomenon that the apprentice leads the master to fly. According to the rules of the game, when apprenticeship, the gap between the characters of the master and the apprentice must reach at least 10 levels. In his previous life, Lu Chaoga spent money to hire 3 level-up madmen, the kind of weird players who did nothing and only cared about leveling up to hit the ranking list. They don't care whether their own strength is strong or not, and other attributes will not improve unless they can improve. Why do you say pre-rush level? Because in the later stage, the gap between players continues to widen, and their game accounts are completely useless, and they can't rush at all. With these 3 hired disciples, Lu Chaoga had a blast, earning experience points. As for the money spent, just numbers. This is the banknote ability. Lu Chaoga opened his master-apprentice interface, and in the column 4 Master, it said, Lu Qingfeng. These 3 words are gray. Means the person has passed away. He is the father of Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli. A few years ago, his parents died due to some accidents. Looking at the name, Lu Chaoga fell into a brief silence. He couldn't help thinking of that little poem. He watched the nurse carry me out of the delivery room. I was crying and he was laughing. I watched him sleep in the coffin while I was crying and he ignored me. It is true that Lu Chaoga is a transmigrator, but he is not reborn. He is truly given his life by his parents, and gives him a lot of warmth that he did not feel in his previous life. His feelings for the second old man are different. How could these 2 people live in a box at that time? Lu Chaoga lowered his eyes, thinking in his heart. To be honest, a few years ago, when he first came into practice, that is, when he defeated Ju Yu, his parents had high hopes for him. But when the 2 passed away, Lu Chaoga was only in his first stage of great perfection. I don't know if you've ever been disappointed in me. I don't know if I'm still your pride. Father, mother, don't worry, Momin will flourish in my hands. After adjusting his emotions, Lu Chaoga turned his gaze to the column of apprentices. In the list of his apprentices, there is only Hiding, who is marked with a character level of 10. It was only then that he remembered that he had broken through, and Xiaoqiu had also stepped into the door of the world of cultivation, but the dumb apprentice hadn't broken through yet. Hiding's presence is too low on weekdays, so low that Lu Chaoga occasionally forgets him. It was only when I needed to summon someone that I remembered that I still had an apprentice. Sin Sin. 2 one-leaf boats were flying in the air one after the other. Lu Chaoga had nothing to do. He would control the water in the air, and with a finger forward, he could get the water out. Looking at this scene, Ningning couldn't help teasing Yu Yu again, saying, "Your inspiration is fire, and Chaoga is water. Many times, water can overcome fire." When Yu Yu heard the words, her heart tightened. Although there are no absolutes in the world, fire can also restrain water. But it is true that many times, water naturally suppresses fire. Although there was pressure in her heart, Yu still said on her lips. Uncle Sure, the current teacher. Lu Chaoga, whether it is cultivation or the power of water, is just starting. When he really catches up, I will. Seriously consider this issue of restraint. The meaning in his words is very clear. What can Lu Chaoga do with his current cultivation base and the power of water? But I am different. With my current cultivation base, with a wave of my hand, a sea of fire can be created out of thin air. In the face of the fire, Lu Chaoga's little water power was a drop in the bucket. Ningying smiled and did not continue the topic. On this side, the communication between the uncle and the nephew is over, and on the other side, the master, who is arrogant and angry, has started a communication with his dumb apprentice. Little Black, Lu Chaoga said suddenly. Hei Ting, who was sitting beside him, straightened his back immediately, and then bowed his head at the master, expressing his response. Tell me, why are you still stuck in the first realm? Lu Chaoga said angrily. The teacher also expects to rely on you to level up, and then prostitute experience points for nothing. You disrespectful guy. If there are other people present, you might not be able to help but mutter. Didn't you just break through? Many people may think that Lu Chaoga has been stuck in the first realm for many years, and later even his apprentices caught up with him. But Lu Dongli just concentrated on controlling a light boat, and used his spiritual sense to probe around, but did not speak. She is very aware of Lu Chaoga's temperament and her brother's behavior. Hiding listened to the slightly reproachful tone of master, and couldn't help but bow his head. It is clear that the master's cultivation base is not high, and it is obviously slower than his own breakthrough, but he has no complaints in his heart. His respect for the master is different from everyone else's. Looking at the ugly black face of his apprentice, Lu Chaoga said angrily. Again, aren't you able to let go of that? Hiding shook his head but slowly lowered his head under Lu Chaoga's burning gaze. That year, that day, that sudden old man changed his life directly. Thinking back to this day, it's like a demon. P.S. In the new week, ask for recommended tickets, ask for rewards, and want to rush to the signing list. In addition, it should have cooled down. Some people who don't know how to live or die should also remember to keep warm. Chapter 16. 16. Pull out the clouds and fog to see the blue sky. Hiding is an orphan in the village near Momin. He is a mute, so he is inferior and cowardly, but the villagers are simple and let him survive on a meal of 100 families. Until one day, a half-blind man passed by the small village, his gray-black eyes glanced at Hiding, and he said, "This son has deep roots, and he will bring disaster to all directions in the future, causing all life to suffer." This half-blind man was so aloof, those turbid gray-black eyes seemed to be looking down at the child who couldn't speak. His words were like approving orders for this child, as if using his own mouth to announce the life of this dumb person who couldn't speak. However, the half-blind man did nothing. Instead of strangling the so-called devil root, he just disappeared out of thin air, leaving the surrounding villagers at a loss. The old man just now was obviously a practitioner. He said that the little mute will kill a lot of people in the future. In an instant, the ignorant villagers exploded. They were confused and at a loss. The more everyone talked, the more scared they became. Even though some people were still talking for Hiding at first, the fear in their hearts began to grow again and again. Many people's thoughts are very unified. If what the cultivator who seems to be very powerful just said is true, then, if Hiding really becomes some kind of devil, it will really cause a scene of utter ruin, and the first to die is Isn't it just those of us who are closest to him? This child can't stay. Are the villagers bad? Not really. Otherwise, hiding would not be able to eat 100 meals in the village. But they will be afraid, they can't hold back. What's interesting is that at this time, a person who didn't understand fear walked into the village. It was a handsome young man who smiled with a crooked mouth and looked at people with his nostrils. That was the first encounter between Lu Chaoga and his eldest disciple. Hiding. The handsome young man walked into the village to beg for a glass of water. He didn't expect the villagers to gather at the entrance of the village. In his eyes, it was like welcoming him. He crossed the crowd and saw the helpless and confused little boy sitting on the ground with his head down. Wow, this kid is so ugly. This was the first reaction of the teenager Lu Chaoga. It's as black as a piece of charcoal, and the facial features are not good looking, can it not be ugly? With his appearance, the voices of the villagers were reduced. Because this young man is too good looking, and they are not the same style of painting at all. Moreover, his clothes are also different from those of the villagers, and he feels more like the son of an aristocratic family. Most importantly, his unique temperament. Just like when you go to a luxury counter to buy things, even if you wear ordinary clothes, you are not expensive at all, but as soon as you enter, you will be dragged to death and arrogant, and the shopping guides will also ask whether this product is a local tyrant. The illusion will definitely be very warm hospitality. Atmosphere is very important. The appearance of an outsider, Lu Chaoga, made the villagers feel a little uneasy. Tell me, what happened? I just listened to half of it. Lu Chaoga said to the villagers. The self-abased and cowardly Hiding looked up at the young man in front of him, thinking in his heart that there are still such young people in the world who can still talk eloquently when facing a group of people alone. After saying this, Lu Chaoga realized that he had forgotten to introduce himself, so he added, Lu Chaoga is the son of the head of Shangma Sect. Most people call themselves under XXX, but I am a geek in society, but they all call themselves up above. Momin, is that the cultivation sect on Danqing Peak? The villagers' eyes lit up. The person in front of him also said that he was the son of the sect master. They didn't doubt Lu Chaoga's words, because he looked too much like a cultivator in everyone's imagination. Charm 10, so terrifying. Villagers, you told Lu Chaoga what happened. Lu Chaoga looked down at the child who was outrageously ugly in his eyes, and frowned. Hiding only felt that he was like mud on the ground, and the handsome young man in front of him was the white clouds in the sky. Looking at the boy's frowning brows and indifferent eyes, Hiding's heart sank to the bottom. Ridiculous. Lu Chaoga said angrily. He looked at the ugly child and said angrily. There is still a lack of a sword servant under this seat, are you willing? Hiding did not expect that he would be taken away from the village by this person inexplicably. The villagers let out a sigh of relief, because the hot potato was given to others, which means that the right to choose is also handed over to others. On the way back to Zone, because Lu Chaoga couldn't fly, the two walked back. Along the way, Lu Chaoga ignored Hiding at all, and didn't say a word to him. As for the deep-rooted devil, Lu Chaoga didn't take it to heart at all. It's still the same sentence, my life is up to me in quotations from a man. What's more, he always believed that he was the chosen son. Why the chosen son? Naturally a savior-level character. What is a savior? Nature is the evil nemesis. So what kind of demonic roots do I have? Why are you panicking about the future big devil? This logic is all at once. Walking and walking, the two came to the foot of Danqing Peak. Before going up the mountain, Lu Chaoguth stopped and turned to look at Hiding. He is a cultivator, and his physical strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. He didn't catch his breath all the way. But Hiding was different. He was panting and his feet were bleeding, but he didn't say a word. Oh no, I almost forgot, he is dumb. Lu Chaoguth looked at Hiding again, and sighed again in his heart, it's really ugly. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of a small conversation he had seen on the internet in his previous life. To create a big villain, first of all, we must give him super high intelligence, strong body, and superb combat skills, someone said. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Give him a bad life, another said. This passage was very short, but Lu Chaoguth thought it had some meaning, so he always remembered it. Based on his years of experience in reading novels, anime, and movies, too. Create a villain, just give him a bad childhood, give him a redemptive light. And then remove the light. Just stretch out a hand, pull him up from the bottom of the valley, then pull him all the way, and push him further into the abyss. Well, the old sophomore. He looked down at the black pavilion, which was much shorter than himself. Pointed to the mountain road of Dankingfang, then stretched out his left hand. And said in a slightly disgusting voice. Hey, little brat, the road ahead is rough, hold on to this seat's hand. Time flies, Lu Chaoguth is no longer a teenager, and Hiding has grown up. He was also accepted as a disciple by Lu Chaoguth and became the contemporary senior brother of Mo Min. On a light boat, Lu Chaoguth couldn't hold back in the end, and slapped the unsatisfactory disciple on the back of the head hard, giving him a note of tilt head kill. I don't understand why you care so much about this shit. I tell you, many people have this kind of virtue when they are old, and they love to rely on the old and sell the old. Who does he think he is, and how can he give orders to others? He said casually. Can you foresee the future? How many times have I said it to my teacher, what I dislike the most is your cowardly appearance. Do you remember what this old man looks like? Lu Chaoguth asked suddenly. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. Black Pavilion nodded. How could it be forgotten? If you encounter it in the future, tell the teacher, and the master will help you vent your anger. What are you imagining? You have the biggest future backer in the entire profound sky realm. Hiding was not annoyed when he was beaten, he nodded obediently with a pleasing smile on his face. What master says is what it is. JPG. At the same time, a sense of security also grew in his heart. He couldn't help but remember that when he first went up the mountain, the master slept in the inner room and he slept in the outer room. He often had nightmares, dreaming of the half-blind old man, dreaming of his cold gray-black eyes, and then woke up startled. He looked around blankly, the outhouse was empty, followed by the unease of being abandoned by the world. At this time, there will always be a very, very impatient voice in the house. I am here. Yes, master is always there. Heartbreak loose. At this moment, after knocking Hei Ting's head crookedly, Lu Chaoguth was relieved of his anger. He pointed to the cloud and mist on the edge of a light boat and said, Do you think this matter is like the fog covering your heart? Hei Ting was stunned for a moment, then nodded with difficulty. Lu Chaoguth gave a crooked smile, and the smile was wicked and mad, and said loudly, There is no fog that cannot be cleared away in this world. As soon as he thought about it, the power of water immediately turned. Clouds and fog are also water. I saw him wave his hand, the sea of clouds separated, and he saw the blue sky. The profound sky calendar is 14,921 years, winter. Hei Ting, the eldest disciple of Mo Min, looked at the sky in a light boat, breaking the first realm at a glance. Chapter 17. 17. Basic education for Momin disciples, thanks to the leader of I Don't Complain. With the successful breakthrough of hiding, Lu Chaoge soon received a mentoring reward of 5,000 experience points. The smile on Lu Chaoge's face gradually deepened, and he felt the happiness of a win-win situation. Xiaoqiu opened his mouth wide and looked at the clouds scattered around, and his heart was shocked. Sect master, alright, so amazing. In her little heart, the respect for the master and uncle is increasing day by day. Unfortunately, there is no favorability system between NPC and NPC, otherwise Lu Chaoge will definitely be prompted by the system. Ding. Xiaoqiu's favorability towards you +1, +1, +1. In fact, on the other side, there is another person with the same demeanor as Xiaoqiu. The delicate and beautiful Yu opened her mouth slightly and her eyes were slightly dull. The power of heaven and earth can still be used like this. Yu was stunned. Just now, he kept telling Ning Ying that Lu Chaoge's current subtle power of heaven and earth is almost useless. It's only been a long time, and people used this method to successfully break the inner demons in the disciples' hearts and let them break through. It is not difficult to disperse the clouds and mist. After all, what Lu Chaoge disperses is only the surrounding area. However, his way of helping his disciples, his method of teaching them, is truly astounding. The most important thing is, that movement just now was really elegant and unrestrained. Yu almost went crazy. There is no fog that can't be cleared away in this world. Lu Chaoge said these words loudly, circling in Yu's heart. How heroic. Sure enough, it's still the familiar senior brother, and this kind of words can only be heard from his mouth. Lu Dongli's light boat flew through the air at a speed neither high nor low, neither fast nor slow. This time down the mountain, Momin can be said to have returned with a full load. So the air seemed to be filled with joy. Lu Dongli smiled and said to Lu Chaoge, brother, you and hiding have both broken through the first realm, and you will be able to fly in the future. Even the introverted and honest hiding had a slight gleam in his eyes when he heard the word flying. Humans have always had a strange longing for the sky. Brother Sun once said, if you want to be a human being, you want to be a fairy, and if you are born on earth, you want to go to heaven. Of course, Brother Sun, as a legend of spraying the world at that time, must have some deep meaning in his words. Lu Chaoge nodded, but his expression was indifferent, without the slightest excitement. It's not like I haven't flown before, isn't it, in the sky? When he played Tiangshuanji in his previous life, he also participated in the soaring competition. Sand sculpture players can always entertain themselves and play something new. The soaring competition is a competition for players to fly their objects, and there are two competition modes, the competitive mode and the prop mode. What's more, what's so strange about yourself? Men with the ability to let others go to heaven. However, Lu Chaoge has indeed coveted the flying magic weapon of a light boat for a long time. No way, who called it beautiful? Anyone who has played the game knows how obsessed players are with good-looking mounts, flying magic weapons, and the like. Even Lu Chaoge is not exempt in this regard. One Leaf Qingzhou is Ning Ying's unique flying magic weapon, all of which are refined by her own hands, and there is no semicolon in the entire Tianxian realm. Therefore, this thing can also be said to be a limited edition. That's even more attractive for players, it's deadly. The urine of sand sculpture players is still very uniform. I don't know if Aunt Ning will be excited to give me a chest hug after knowing that I have broken through. Lu Chaoge thought. In order to congratulate everyone on the successful completion of various tasks, After Lu Chaoga heard the grunting sound in Xiaoqiu's stomach, he waved his hand to indicate that he would cook and make fish soup for everyone. Xiaoqiu clearly found that whether it was the master or the senior brother, there was a hint of fiery emotion in his eyes. Xiaoqiu, who was a big kid, immediately understood that the fish soup made by the master might be super delicious. Sect master, alright, so amazing. A light boat landed in a small forest, and hiding took out the table, chairs, kitchen utensils, etc., with discernment. He usually has a very low sense of existence, and he is dumb and can't speak. But he is very careful in his work, and he knows Lu Chaoga's temperament well, which has long been trained by Lu Chaoga into his own shape. Brother, I'll go fishing. Lu Dongli took the initiative to inviting and flew to the stream not far away. At this time even Ning Ying and Yu Yu, who were hiding in the dark, began to seriously consider whether they should show up at this moment and eat fish soup. Lu Chaoga's cooking skills are no joke. In his previous life, as a super-rich second generation, he had no interest in business affairs, and learned a lot of messy skills. He has learned to cook with the chef at home, and he is also very talented in this area. As I said before, the practitioners in the profound sky realm are not too shy about their cultivation. Not only are they not ruthless, but most of them are very affectionate. Practitioners live longer than ordinary people. During these long years, good tea, good wine, good meals. These things are very attractive to many practitioners. In a previous life, when Lu Chaoga was playing Tiangshuanji, in order to capture a female cultivator and receive a hidden task from her, he would cook every day to increase his favorability. In this way, he opened up a new path, a channel of its own. At the back, the nun wanted to become a Taoist companion with him. Oh, want to let me cook for a lifetime and dream without spending money? At this moment, when Lu Chaoga saw that Lu Dongli had already flown away, he immediately waved at Xiaoqiu, with a smile on his face that he thought was very kind, and said, Xiaoqiu, come, sit next to the head. Although Xiaoqiu was at a loss, she was clever and sensible and immediately moved her little butt and sat beside Lu Chaoga. Yu Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. She was still young and short. After sitting on this slightly taller chair, her legs couldn't touch the ground, and her little feet were constantly dangling in the air. Shaking and shaking, she suddenly stopped because she found that the head master was staring straight at her. Did I do something wrong? Xiaoqiu's round face tightened immediately. Lu Chaoga looked at Xiaoqiu's round face like a chubby chicken, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Such a talent, it would be a pity to be trained to become Momin's second Lu Dongli. Yes, after receiving the sect mission, Lu Chaoga felt that the most difficult thing was his reputation. The improvement of hard power is not difficult, he is working hard to upgrade. And everyone cultivates hard. But it is not enough to rely on him alone to obtain this reputation. Momin is not his own Momin, and the fame of a sect cannot depend on only one head. If everyone is the same as their own sister, and their dream is to live forever in the sect, then it will be difficult. So, he stretched out his big hand, smiled crookedly, squeezed out a smile that he thought was kind, and lightly touched the horn braid on the top of Xiaoqiu's head, and said with a smile, "Don't be so nervous, master, just to talk to you about life." Xiaoqiu raised her little head, looked up at Lu Chaoga, and nodded dumbly. The basic education of Momin disciples has officially begun. In less than a stick of incense, Lu Dongli grabbed 2 big fat fish and flew back. P.S. Thanks for the 150,000 starting point coin reward of I Don't Complain. And also thanks to other book friends for their reward and support. Currently, The signing list is 4th. Although we have a small number of words, I feel that we can still rush. Chapter 18. 18. People are fickle, thanks to the leader of Phantom Feather. Lu Dongli caught 2 plump perch, hummed a melodious nursery rhyme, and flew back leisurely. Brother has finally broken through the realm, and directly broke through the 5th layer of heaven. Hiding has officially broken through to the 1st realm, and Xiaoqiu has also stepped into the door of the world of cultivation. Ah, what a beautiful day. She lowered her head and glanced at the perch with its tail fluttering. Because she was in a good mood, her appetite was widened, and she was a little greedy. Lu Dongli has matured early since childhood, with a calm temperament and decent manners. Today, because of the joy in my heart, I rarely showed the cuteness of the girl, and she jumped gently like a little rabbit and jumped off a light boat. That pair of slender and straight legs must have caused a small and wonderful tremor in the soft legs at the moment of jumping and landing. Then the tremor goes all the way up, from the leg meat to the buttocks. Brother, look at the fish I caught. Before Lu Dongli finished speaking, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Xiaoqiu was sitting next to Lu Chaoga at the moment, very close. The 2 butts, one big and one small, were almost pressed together. Lu Chaoga's deep and magnetic voice was teaching Xiaoqiu the principles of how to behave in the world in the way he thought he would follow and guide him. And all this fell into Lu Dongli's ears, like a thunderbolt from the blue. When you beat your opponent and the opponent is still arguing, how should you answer? Lu Chaoga's basic counseling to Xiaoqiu has reached the stage of answering. Xiaoqiu opened her mouth. She felt that she had grasped the essence. The vocabulary was lacking, and she didn't know how to describe it for a while. Lu Chaoga reminded him, for example, it's not Lu booping. Xiaoqiu's eyes lit up, and she immediately answered the second half of the sentence, it's you who can't. Lu Chaoga applauded with his palms, and shouted, Ruzi can be taught, Ruzi can be taught. Immediately afterwards, one big and one small all grinned. The smile on his face was wicked and mad, full of anger. Jia 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 jia. The colorful Lu Dongli felt that he had turned gray in an instant. She has always been vigilant about Lu Chaoga, for fear that Xiaoqiu will be spoiled by him. It was only after a short time of slackening a stick of incense, and it has become like this. Ah ah ah. She smiled crookedly again, she laughed again. Lu Dongli started to go crazy. She sat opposite the two with a cold face, and for a moment, both Lu Chaoga and Xiaoqiu felt a distinct chill. The inspiration of Lu Dongli is the wind, and the body contains the power of wind. Now it can be said that the cold wind is blowing chills down one's back. Lu Chaoga treats everyone like he is, but he is relatively restrained with his sister. After all, he spoils her. Moreover, he knows the truth of taking it as soon as possible, and there is no need to rush for some things. So, he stroked Xiaoqiu's horn braid lightly, and said in a low voice, let's go here for today's teaching first. Hearing this, Lu Dongli gave her brother a vicious look. What annoyed her the most was that Xiaoqiu's face still showed an unfinished look. Ah, so angry. I feel like my chest is going to explode. Her breasts of average size are about to grow a second time with anger. Xiaoqiu, Lu Dongli said seriously. Master, I'm here. Xiaoqiu raised her chest and raised her chin slightly, with a confident look on her face. It is completely different from the cute little meat bun before. The atmosphere has changed. Humph. It seems that after returning to the sect, the teacher will give you more schoolwork. Lu Dongli said. She felt that this disciple might be able to be rescued. Yes. Xiaoqiu must have done it well, better than anyone else. The round Faced chick said loudly. After speaking, she patted her chest, looked at Lu Chaoga, and nodded deeply. Depressing her still very immature lowly voice, she said. Mo Min, there is me. Lu Dongli's heart was messed up in the cold wind. Lu Chaoga glanced at Xiaoqiu lovingly, and couldn't help but tug at her horn. Brayed again, and said with emotion, what a good child. Hey! One big and one small laughed in a tacit sympathy. The fish soup made by Lu Chaoga is very white, delicious, and fragrant. Xiaoqiu was drinking it for the first time, and it was an enjoyable drink. Lu Dongli used to like to drink it, but today it tastes the same. She was determined to break Xiaoqiu's temperament back. My brother only bewitched her for a stick of incense, I don't believe I can't. Do it. Lu Dongli took another gulp of fish soup viciously, almost choking on himself. In the dark, Yu Yu and Ning Ying also moved their index fingers. Ning Ying began to regret a little. Why did she have such a bad taste? Why did she secretly follow her? Wouldn't it be delicious to sit and have a meal as a family? After the meal, Haiding cleaned the battlefield, took away the kitchen utensils, tables, and chairs, and then Lu Dongli removed the smell left by everyone here. After eating and drinking, she took out a light boat again and brought everyone back to the sect. After Lu Chaoga planned to return to the sect, he went to unlock sword intent. On the other side, Ning Ying and Yu Yu immediately followed, and secretly accelerated. Ning Ying was going to arrive at Mo Min Danking Feng one step ahead of them, and then pretended to be like she just arrived, and said it directly. This auntie has a lot of bad fun, and she also has a deep dedication in acting. It's a pity not to go to the mortal world to sing. Yu Yu was helpless, the uncle wanted to act, and she could only follow along. Who said she was just a junior? The two quickly came to the top of Danqing Peak one step ahead, and then waited for Lu Chaoga and others to land. All the way, Lu Chaoga saw his kind aunt. After all, big things are always more eye-catching. Aunt Ning actually came, just right, you can ask her for a light boat. Lu Chaoga was very satisfied. After a light boat landed, Lu Chaoga took everyone to salute Ning Ying, and then said, Aunt Ning, we went to a long way, did we wait for a long time? Ning Ying smiled slightly, those peach blossom eyes were slightly curved, and the charming eyes seemed to have lake light flickering, and said, I just arrived, just when my consciousness swept away, I found that you are coming back soon, so I will wait here for a while. For a while. Yu Yu looked at her uncle and felt that her acting skills were so natural. It's broken, not bad, not bad. Ning Ying patted Lu Chaoga's shoulder lightly, showing satisfaction and surprise. Uncle sure, you knew that he broke through tomorrow. Yu Yu only felt that Uncle Sure's acting skills were really natural. Aunt Ning, you just happened to be here, and I was just about to ask you for a light boat. Yu Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Lu Chaoga was shameless and asked for it himself. The feeling of eating soft rice is great. Stinky boy. Okay, Aunt Ning promises you. Ning Ying wanted to hit Lu Chaoga lightly, but seeing that Lu Chaoga was already half a head taller than herself, and already the head of a faction, she let go. The child has grown up in every way. Really much bigger. At this time, Lu Chaoga discovered Yu Yu, who was standing behind Ning Ying. No way, under normal circumstances, a man would first notice Ning Ying, and then naturally use everyone around her as a background board. This has nothing to do with whether it is old-fashioned or not, this is respect for beauty. Seeing that the person who came was Yu Yu, Lu Chaoga raised his hand and made a note of, tilting his head to kill. His body was almost conditioned, and he was almost able to use it. Lu Chaoga had been stuck in the great perfection at the beginning, Yu Yu thought of many ways to stimulate him, hoping to inspire his fighting spirit. Such as taunting attacks, such as ignoring Dafa. All who greeted him were unified, tilt-head killing. Senior brother Liu is such a strange person, obviously he can't beat him, but he dares to take the lead. The most amazing thing is that Yu is really used to being beaten. It's just that there will be anger in his heart, and he will not accept the baptism of love like he did in childhood. In the end, still angry. After Lu Chaoge knocked his head upside down, only then did he realize. The way Xiao Yuyue looked at me today is not quite right. You are wrong. The strangest thing was that there was no anger flashing in Yuyu's eyes. He was even thinking about it. P.S. Thanks to Phantom Feather for the reward of 100,000 starting coins. Chapter 19. 19. Oh. The strange way of getting along with Lu Chaoge and Yu has long been accustomed to. Only Xiao Qiao, who was just getting started, stared at the two of them curiously. If she had seen such a beautiful Yu in the past, she would have been shocked and sighed that there was such a beautiful man in the world. However, what she saw first was Lu Chaoge of Charm 10. The order in which people appear is really important. Lu Chaoge saw that Yu was still reminiscing about his tilt-head kill, and only felt a layer of goosebumps all over his body. It's weird, I haven't seen you for a long time. Is Xiao Yuyue infected with something bad? At the same time, he was somewhat regretful, because Aunt Ning didn't give him an excited chest hug. He coughed twice, and as the head of the house, he walked into the hall with two distinguished guests who had come from afar. This was the first time Xiaoqiu entered the Momin Hall, and was shocked by the magnificent hall. This is also thanks to the fact that she has not seen anything in the world. If she sees the main hall of Jianzhong, she will be terrified directly. After everyone took their seats in the main hall, Ningying said, Chaoge, Dongli, have you two been confused about your practice recently? Aunt Ning can give you some pointers. The reason why Ningying often comes to Momin is because she will miss these two juniors, and secondly, because she feels that the two brothers and sisters are still in the stage of cultivation, and there are no senior practitioners in the door to teach them, and it is easy to take detours. Therefore, to the siblings, Ningying is not only a good friend of her mother, but also half a master. Lu Dongli, who has always been mature and prudent, quickly took out a booklet from the storage magic weapon, which recorded many of her recent confusions. Just like a female scholar, she asked questions one by one, and Ningying answered them one by one. The guidance of a great practitioner is extremely precious. For practitioners of this level, the angle of view of the problem is completely different from that of the novice practitioners like them. A casual sentence may make people stunned. Listening to Ningying's answer, Lu Dongli nodded frequently, feeling that she had gained a lot. She got it. This time, the confidence in successfully breaking through the situation can be increased to 97%. Lu Dongli said in his heart. She is actually in a bottleneck period recently. Aunt Ning, I'm done asking. Lu Dongli stood up and bowed to Ningying, expressing that she had learned. Ningying smiled slightly and turned to look at Lu Chaoge with her sparkling peach blossom eyes. Seeing Aunt Ning looking at him, Lu Chaoge glanced at her, showing a polite and handsome crooked smile. And then no more. Ningying coughed lightly and said, Chaoge, have you been confused about your practice recently? If you go back to Aunt Ning, no. Lu Chaoge said directly without thinking about it. Ningying. This child, as expected, is still different. Fortunately, Ningying was used to him. She looked at Lu Chaoge carefully. On him, she could see the shadow of his parents. He looked like both his father and his mother, but he cleverly avoided all shortcomings and only inherited his appearance. The advantages. Lu Dongli is also very beautiful, and belongs to the kind of existence that is particularly eye-catching in the cultivation world where there are many beautiful girls. But Lu Chaoge's handsomeness seemed to have reached the extreme. If Chaoge is a disciple of my sword sect, just this skin can make countless female disciples enchanted for him. Ningying thought in her heart. At this moment, Lu Chaoge seemed to think of something and said, Aunt Ning, I just thought about it carefully, and there is really one thing I want to ask Aunt Ning for advice. Oh? Ningying immediately regained her spirits. She always felt that she knew Lu Chaoge's temper very well, but she always felt that she couldn't guess what was in his mind. He rarely asked himself once. She wanted to listen carefully. Aunt Ning, what I want to ask is it better for a sword cultivator whose cultivation base is not high, to break through the realm with peace of mind? Or to study the sword intent first? Lu Chaoge said. The reason why he asked this question was because he was actually a little confused. Confused whether to upgrade the character level first, or upgrade the level of sword intent first. In his heart, he prefers the latter, but it is too expensive to improve sword intent. Just unlocking the function of sword intent will cost 100,000 experience points. 100,000 experience points are enough for him to upgrade to level 3. And this is just unlocking. After unlocking it is level 0, sword intent. Which only means that you have the qualification to upgrade sword intent. As for the cost of sword intent, from level 0 to level 1, it is 1 million experience points. Rao is Lu Chaoge, who has worked hard for so many years to accumulate a lot of wealth, and 1 million experience points can also make him hurt workers, work souls. 1 million is not so easy to save. He is not saying that he is reluctant to spend, but like many people before consumption, he likes to ask the people around him, and then let the people around him persuade him to spend and push him. Ningying did not expect Lu Chaoge to ask such a strange question. She replied patiently, Chaoge, it stands to reason that as a sword cultivator, the sooner you understand the sword intent, the better. Since ancient times, any sword cultivator who has reached the top of kendo has realized the sword intent earlier than ordinary people. With sword intent, every time Jian Xiu breaks through the realm, his strength can be enhanced. I'll give you an example. A sword cultivator without sword intent, after breaking through the realm, his strength may be improved by a glass of water. But if he has sword intent, the increase in strength may be 1.5 cups. Or even 2 cups. Sword intent, for sword cultivators, it is the most mysterious existence. With Ningying's current cultivation level, in terms of sword intent, it can only be regarded as a small perfection of sword intent. The level is level 6. Sword intent. As for the legendary ultimate sword intent, she never dared to hope for it in her life. At this level, even the contemporary sword sovereigns of Jianzhong are still far behind, and only exist in legends. It's just, although sword intent is extremely important to a sword cultivator, he can cultivate Chaoge's current realm, and if he understands sword intent, that's still far from enough. If he gets into the horns in this area, I'm afraid it will be in vain. Waste of time. Ningying thought in her heart. Like Yu, who is now in the 3rd realm, she has only stepped into the threshold of sword intent with 1 foot, and has not yet fully spawned sword intent. As for Lu Chaoge, who had just broken through the 1st realm, that was even more impossible. This tolerant woman is still very attentive to Lu Chaoge's practice, and she is very thoughtful. Therefore, like many people's speech patterns, she first praised, and then followed by a but. However, before she even said the word but, someone interrupted. Lu Chaoge directly blocked Ning Ying's red lips, and blocked them tightly. She only heard Lu Chaoge open the mouth with a smile. Aunt Ning, I understand. What do you understand? Based on Ning Ying's understanding of Lu Chaoge, she looked at Lu Chaoge's smile, and the more she looked, the more she felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, she soon heard Lu Chaoge confidently say, Aunt Ning, don't worry, I will understand the sword intent as soon as possible, and I will definitely not live up to your expectations of me. What do I expect from you? Ning Ying was stunned and said in her heart. Auntie wants you to practice with peace of mind first. She was about to speak to save the situation, but someone was faster than her. Yu frowned and said seriously, understand the sword intent? This is impossible. Chapter 20. 20, Sword Name, Not Too Late. Inside the Momin Hall, Yu was sitting upright, with a serious face and frowning. Just when Lu Chaoge asked a question related to sword intent, he straightened his back secretly. Because he has already stepped into the field of sword intent with one foot. He believes that Ning Ying will take him as an example and listen to Lu Chaoge. I am a positive teaching material. Senior brother Lu, since you're back on the right track, come and follow in my footsteps. Yu, a middle-year 2-year-old boy, shouted in his heart. At a young age, he is about to realize the sword intent. This is the thing that Yu is most proud of so far. Because, if he can really give birth to sword intent this year, he will be a year earlier than the contemporary Jianzong Jianzuan. He deserves to be proud, And in order to feel the sword intent, he paid too much. He blocked his cultivation and practiced swords under the waterfall. He went in and out of many dangerous places and fought with demons and monsters. He asked the strong man for the sword many times, causing his body to be bruised. But it's all worth it. With the cultivation of the third realm, sword intent can be born. Looking at the younger generation of the entire Qingzhou, he is a well-deserved number 1. There is no way, after all, Yu is one of the 4 world protagonists of Tiangshuanji, and her character setting is the future leader of Kendo and the leader of future swordsmen. But, what did Lu Chaoge just say? He imagined sword intent too simply, and said it too lightly. Therefore, Yu only interrupted loudly and was so serious, which was trampling on his pride. Ning Ying saw that Yu spoke first, so she stopped talking. In her opinion, it is appropriate for Yu to speak. Both of them are young people, maybe this will be more effective? Lu Chaoge glanced at Yu, tapped his index finger on the table lightly, and Hiding, who was standing by to serve, immediately added a cup of fragrant spiritual tea to Lu Chaoge's teacup. Lu Chaoge took a sip and said, Why is it impossible? Humph. Senior brother, the sword intent is not as shallow as you think, in short, it is impossible. Yu said sternly, he regretted it after speaking. And should have called him Lu Chaoge directly, why did the word senior brother blurt out again? On the other hand, Lu Chaoge's idea is, wow, you humming me. You kid actually humming me. It's impossible, you don't count. Lu Chaoge put down the teacup and sneered. With a crooked mouth. For a while, there was the smell of ignition powder in the Momin Hall. Lu Dongli watched this scene and did not speak. With her current cultivation level, she also focuses on breaking the realm. Not what, sword intent. She has always been steady, and she is very clear in her heart that now is not the time to think about sword intent. Brother is a little too ambitious. Lu Dongli was a little worried. But she is Lu Chaoge's younger sister, she can't say much, it will damage her. Brother's face. My brother's face is up to me. But senior brother Yu is different. He is the sword attendant of Jianzun, and the most famous kendo genius in Qingzhou. It is not a shame to let him take off his brother's spirit. In the outside world, there are many young people who want you to give some pointers. Ninging saw that the atmosphere had been highlighted, so she said, then why don't you two have a good discussion? Although Yu has not yet fully comprehended the meaning of the sword, she already has a bit of the meaning of the sword. Chaoga, you can just feel it. Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Chaoga and Yu stood up in unison, and said in unison, okay. Everyone quickly left the main hall of Momin and came to the martial arts field. Since it is a discussion, then Yu must suppress the cultivation base to the 5th level of the first realm. Make sure it is consistent with Lu Chaoga. Otherwise, with his cultivation in the 3rd realm, Lu Chaoga would have been defeated before he could sense the meaning of the sword at all. Yu agreed to discuss so readily, just to frustrate Lu Chaoga's spirit. Lu Chaoga's 9-sounding heavenly Tao decree to enlighten the spirit, plus a glass of water to break through the 5 realms, was indeed daunting and put a lot of pressure on Yu. However, if you don't take sword intent seriously, that means you are floating. And you are swollen. And Lu Chaoga's idea is relatively simple, he regards Yu as a tool person. In his previous life, he was not a sword repairer, but a spear repairer. Therefore, although he spears like a dragon, carries a long spear and stabs all over the world, he has never personally experienced the taste of sword intent. He originally planned to unlock the sword intent by himself after returning to the house at night, and then raise the sword intent to level 1. Now that there is Yu as the sharpening stone, it will be even better. He can feel the difference in his own strength when he has sword intent and does not have sword intent. In fact, it stands to reason that even professional level sword repair players, most of them unlock the upgraded sword intent when they are around level 40. Because this thing is too expensive, if you start saving so much experience in the early stage, you will immediately be unable to keep up with the first tier. And to put it another way, the higher your level, the more channels you have to gain high experience points. It is also 1 million experience points. When you are level 40 and you are level 20, the former must be easier to accumulate. Therefore, although everyone knows that the sooner you learn sword intent, the better, you can only choose to learn it at around level 40, otherwise the gain will outweigh the loss. This is carefully calculated by the data emperors. But Lu Chaoga is different, he can learn it now. Level 15 is the minimum level requirement for learning sword intent, and he has already met it. 1.1 million experience points, he can afford it. Then why don't you study? If someone else turns on sword intent at level 40, I will turn it on at level 15, then I will have 25 more sword intent bonuses than you. Every time I level up, I can get more attribute upgrades. This is the advantage. In this regard, he is willing to spend a fortune. Anyway, he is also competent to earn experience points quickly, and then level up quickly. He is not panic at all. On the martial arts field, the two stood apart on both sides. One is a gentleman, and the other is arrogant and cool. Yu is holding a 3-foot green front, which is his life sword, and it is called First Encounter. The sword embryo of this sword was given by Jianzun, and the name was taken by Yu himself. What the meaning of this name is, only he himself knows. The weapon system of Tiangshuanji is not to say what level it is created, but it is fixed at what level. Generally, it depends on the players and practitioners to continuously strengthen themselves, and they are all in the cultivation system, which is a growth type. Of course, the quality of the sword embryo is equally important, which determines the level of the starting point. The sword embryo of Lu Chaoga's life sword, not too late, was gifted by Ning. Ing. Yes, it is obtained by eating soft rice again, and the kind ant is well deserved. A woman with a broad mind is the atmosphere. My Lu Chaoga is willing to swim in it day and night. The sword embryos of, not too late, are of the same level as the sword embryos of first view, and they are both top-level sword embryos produced by Jianzong. It's just that after so many years of training the two swords, whether there is a gap now, it will only be known when the sword is released. Under the martial arts field, Xiaoqiu widened his eyes and gently pulled the corner of Master's clothes. Lu Dongli looked down at his beloved disciple and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiaoqiu raised her head and asked, "Master, is this Master Yu Yue who has learned from the headmaster, is he good?" Lu Dongli nodded and said with a smile, "Amazing, this senior brother Yu Yu is the leader of the younger generation in Qingzhou today, or rather, a leader." Ah? The master of the sect has won. Xiaoqiu smiled with a crooked mouth. The key word she caught was, the younger generation. In her heart, the master and uncle are masters. How can the younger generation be compared with masters? Lu Dongli? Brother also chatted with you for a while, did you acquiesce in your heart that he is number one in the world? Seeing that Ning Ying was amused by Xiaoqiu, Lu Dongli had no choice but to say embarrassedly, Tong Yan Wuji, Tong Yan Wuji. Sure enough, there is still too little homework, and she has to add more homework to her. On the martial arts field, Yu Yu's long sword was unsheathed, and the sword light circulated, like a white dragon swimming on the sword. Good sword. Lu Dongli couldn't help sighing. Obviously, Yu Yu's sword embryo was nourished very well by Yu Yu. Yu Yu held the unsheathed long sword and bowed, saying, "Please draw the sword." I saw that Lu Chaoga was still holding the scabbard, and he had no intention of taking it out. He shook his head and glanced at Yu Yu, who had locked his realm in the first realm, the fifth heaven. It was rare to use a serious tone, saying, word by word, "It will kill people." Chapter 21. 9 years of Fengjian. Lu Chaoga didn't let his life sword, not too late, unsheathed, and his rare face was serious, as if he was stating a fact, it would kill people. Because he is now learning from each other, and learning from each other is about the point. The opponent is Xiao Yue, who has known each other since childhood, so he will issue such a kind reminder. And don't forget, Yu Yu is one of the protagonists in the world. That is to say, after the sand sculpture players arrive, the main story quest will start, and Yu Yu is the key character in the quest, which is extremely important. If you kill him, then play a fool? Yes, in his opinion, if Yu Yu didn't suppress the realm, he might be able to take it for a while. Since Yu Yu has suppressed the realm, then, it's not too late. If he unsheaths, Yu Yu will die. Of course, if it was a life-and-death confrontation at the moment, and the opponent was an existence that Lu Chaoga didn't like, he might smile crookedly and gradually change, saying, "I think you are in a hurry to reincarnate, thinking that you are not getting cold enough fast enough." However, this kind reminder fell into Yu Yu's ears, but it was so harsh. "Do you think I'm not worthy of letting you use the sword?" At this moment, Yu Yu was extremely angry. For Jianqiu, the most powerful thing is naturally his own sword. Your sword is not sheathed, and the overall combat power is definitely greatly reduced. What's more, Yu Yu is already a sword cultivator in the third realm. In his opinion, although first encounter and not too late are at the same level, in the sword embryo stage, he must have been warmer than Lu Chaoga over the years. To be better, they are also strengthening the sword of life, and a sword cultivator in the Third realm will definitely have an advantage over a sword cultivator who has been stuck in the first realm for many years. Yu Yueben felt that he was taking advantage of it and was thinking about whether to let him do some tricks. Unexpectedly, Lu Chaoge didn't even use his sword, and he uttered wild words. Lu Chaoge, please use your sword. Yu Yu spoke again, her eyes wide open, her tone full of anger. This time I didn't call him senior brother instinctively, which shows that he is really angry. Lu Chaoge shook his head. His natal sword, not too late, has not been unsheathed for 9 years. Today, the same will not be unsheathed. Therefore, he stopped talking nonsense with Yu Yu, and didn't bother to explain to him, which made his mind confused and the value of this discussion declined. Lu Chaoge held not too late, and the long sword stabbed forward together. With the scabbard, the sword energy wrapped not too late, and there was a sound of running water at the moment when it was stabbed. This is the blessing of power of water. Seeing Lu Chaoge's decisive attack, Yu Yu knew that it was useless to talk too much. Since you don't want to use the sword, then I will force you to use the sword, Yu Yu said in her heart. First encounter, he also stabbed forward with the simplest move, the sword. Energy hit, and the flame burned, as if it had special effects. Since Yu Yu is stuck in the first realm, Lu Chaoge's power of water has an advantage. Water may not always overcome fire, but when the realm is low, the restraint is still obvious. But the unsheathed, not too late, is indeed inferior to the menacing, first sight. What's more, although Yu Yu has lowered her realm, she is superior in both swordsmanship and kendo comprehension. Lu Chaoge's biggest advantage is actually the same as when he bullied you. Yuesher, when he was a child, he is more social than Yu Yu. Yu Yu is the favored son of the sword sect, and he often learns from his brothers and sisters in the sect. He is not a novice with no combat experience. However, he is not dirty enough. Playing dirty, of course, sand sculpture players are the first choice. Among the players, there are countless old silver coins, and all kinds of people's show routines emerge in an endless stream, only you can't think of it, and you can't do it without them. Grass dogs, and the like are considered low-level. In the previous life, Lu Chaoge held a long spear and took the route of opening and closing, stabbing wildly all the way. He disdains people, but that doesn't mean he has no routines. What's more, players can recklessly carry out all kinds of life and death duels because they can be resurrected, and Yu Yu has not had much insight between life and death so far. Therefore, I saw Lu Chaoge's sword chi, after stabbing out smoothly, actually turned a corner very smoothly in the air. How did he achieve this with his cultivation in the first realm? Yu Yu hurriedly responded, changing his moves to parry. Actually, Lu Chaoge still talks about martial arts. If it is some nasty sand sculpture player who doesn't talk about martial arts and has the ability to control water like him, it may make Yu Yu pee on the spot. Now, all of a sudden, the martial arts field is inextricably linked. The so-called expert sees the doorway, and the layman sees the excitement. Xiaoqiu felt that the master of the sect had the upper hand for the time being, and kept sighing in his heart, the master of the sect is amazing. In the eyes of Lu Dongli and Ning Ying, Lu Chaoge was obviously at a disadvantage. For the time being, because of his novel and tricky moves, he was able to hold on until now. Once Yu Yu got used to it and used his sword intent that was about to take shape, Lu Chaoge would be defeated in an instant. It's really not easy to be able to fight until now, Ning Ying commented in her heart. In her opinion, if it wasn't for Yu Yu being more dominant in many aspects, perhaps Lu Chaoge would have won. Sword. Yu Yu's natal sword thrust forward again and shouted, This was the 6th time he shouted loudly, forcing Lu Chaoga to use his sword. Lu Chaoga didn't bother to pay attention to him, so he fell back slightly and leaned back tactically. You can't even show your sword intent that is about to take shape, but Yu Kanshu www.sonicmtl.com insists on forcing me to use the sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Yu shouting, "Okay. I want to use sword intent." Hey. I didn't say that if you use the sword, I will use the sword. You are the one who will show the sword, Lu Chaoga said in his heart. After he succeeded, he told himself that he couldn't laugh, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but go up like crazy. A mysterious force dissipated from first encounter, and under the martial arts field, the long sword in Lu Dongli's hand could not help but tremble slightly. After she raised her hand to appease, the long sword became calm. What's weird is that Lu Chao's singer, not too late, didn't respond and was as steady as an old dog. Yu didn't do anything to restrain. The next sword not only contained his sword intent that was about to take shape, it would also be his full blow. Because Ning was watching from the sidelines, he was not worried about hurting Lu Chaoga. Do your best to show respect for him. The blue-black flame began to burn, like a green lotus in full bloom. This is the sword intent that Yu is about to take shape. Everyone's sword intent has its own unique form, and Yu's is a green lotus, constructed from flames. It's just that this Qinglian is still incomplete. This sword cannot be taken by chance. Lu Chaoga immediately noticed that Yu was different from before. It turns out that this is the difference between sword intent and no sword intent at this stage. Lu Chaoga thought in his heart. I understand. He said lightly, actually withdrew the "not too late" that was horizontally in front of him, and threw the long sword behind him. Then, I silently chose unlock sword intent mode in my heart, an upgrade. Chapter 22. 22, Lu Chaoga sword intent. Momin, martial arts field. No one thought that Lu Chaoga would suddenly put down the sword of life in front of him, not too late, and take it behind him. In this way, it is like being slaughtered by others and giving up resistance. It's just that his posture is so straight, his aura is so high, and the corners of his mouth are so crooked again. It's not like admitting defeat at all. And the sentence "I understand" in his mouth is equally puzzling. Did you understand the gap with me? Yu thought in her heart. Although until the end, Lu Chaoga didn't seem to have any intention of using a sword, but if he can really understand the gap between you and me, and understand that sword intent is an extremely profound realm, and he is no longer too ambitious, then today's discussion is still meaningful. Senior brother Chaoga, quickly adjust your mentality and follow in my footsteps. Zhong Eryu said in her heart as she stabbed her strongest sword at the moment. First encounter came through the air, making a sound like a sword ripping through the air. The blue-black flame lotus bloomed in the air, with an indomitable momentum and a terrifying aura that destroyed everything in front of it. This sword, after Yu uses it, can't take it back. This sword move is inexhaustible, only advancing but not retreating. It is the sword move taught by Jian Zun. Fortunately, Ning Ying is in charge of the overall situation at the moment. Otherwise, even if this sword can't kill Lu Chaoga, it will at least cost him half of his life. Ning Ying raised her slender hand. Her fingers were fair and slender, but the joints were not distinct, giving a very soft feeling. It's a pity that there is no man to hold such a beautiful hand. I saw that she gently held her right hand, and was about to block the sword for Lu Chaoga, but suddenly she couldn't help but said, "Huh?" Ning Ying's pair of peach blossom eyes are inherently charming, and they give people a sense of eye movement all the time, containing the feeling of autumn. waves. At this moment, her eyes first showed confusion, and then turned into endless shock. Row is because she has a lot of knowledge, and her delicate body can't help but tremble slightly, causing fascinating tremors in two places. Bouncy jitter. Chowga, chowga, how many surprises do you want to give Aunt Ning? Ning Ning said in her heart. No, it's even scary. She no longer wanted to help Lu Chowga block Yu's sword, because she knew that it was no longer necessary. Yu's sword soon came to Lu Chowga's body, and he realized at this moment that his uncle didn't stop him. Lu Dongli, who also noticed this, couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother! Be careful." With their realm, they could not sense the changes in Lu Chowga for the time being. Ding! You have successfully unlocked Sword Intent. Ding! Your Sword Intent level has been raised to level 1. 100,000 experience points to unlock Sword Intent, and spend another 1 million experience points to upgrade. Absolutely generous. The wealthy Lu Chowga couldn't help but feel a pain in the flesh. But it's all worth it. Yu's sword is very close at hand. Boom. A sound suddenly came out, like a drop of water the size of a bean, dripping onto the calm lake. As if in the early morning, dew condensed on the blades of grass beside the lake. The dew was so heavy that it bent the blades of grass and slid into the lake. Ripples rippled in front of Lu Chowga, seemingly soft, but directly blocked Yu's sword. These ripples are not the color of water, but the color of ink. It was like a drop of ink fell into a water bowl, and then gradually spread out and gradually rendered. This is Lu Chowga's Sword Intent. Sword Intent in ink state. After this ink-colored Sword Intent was generated, the long sword in Lu Dongli's hand trembled violently. Its intensity far exceeded when Yu used the Sword Intent that had not yet been fully formed. This? What is this? Lu Dongli was instantly stunned. The ink-like Sword Intent was reflected in her pupils, her long and dense eyelashes trembled slightly, and her heartbeat also missed half a beat. Sword Intent, this is Sword Intent. The round-faced chick beside her is opening her small mouth at the moment. Xiaoqiu looks at the master teacher rendered in ink, and only thinks that he is like a fairy in a painting in folklore. Sect master looks like someone who walked out of an ink painting. Xiaoqiu was stunned. The scene in front of her was so beautiful and shocking, it had a great impact on her young mind. Maybe years later, she will grow up. You will also meet many young talents in the spiritual world. But compared with today's pictures, those men may seem ordinary, but that's it. This is. Yu's only felt that his domineering sword was like falling into a quagmire. A gentle force was like 4 or 2,000 pounds, and it directly resolved his move, Gu Jian. The ink faded, extinguishing his green lotus. Yu's heart trembled, and she almost felt unstable. It feels so familiar, he said in his heart. It was like when he finally succeeded in entering meditation, absorbed the first ray of spiritual energy into his body, entered the first realm, and then excitedly ran to find the young Lu Chowga to challenge him. And Lu Chowga just leaned on the door, looked down at him listlessly, exuding the breath of the first realm, second level, and said lightly, "Isn't it enough to have a brain?" At this moment, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. His realm is half-step sword intent. And what he faced was a fully formed sword intent. Impossible, this is impossible. Yu's mentality collapsed. He used his sword frantically without making any reservations. I saw Lu Chowga still carrying the sword behind him, and turned around, facing Yu. Since it is sword intent, there is no need to see it with eyes. He just raised his right hand, and then swiped in the air, using a fingertip Sword chi. This sword chi carrying sword intent is like an invisible brush drawing heavily on this picture of heaven and earth. An ink-colored trace was created, accurately blocking Yu Yu's next sword. Yu Yu used the sword again, and Lu Chaoga swiped his right hand again. So repeatedly, you come and I go. Every time there was a confrontation, Yu Yu would be shocked half a step back. Lu Chaoga, on the other hand, stood still, his back was like a mountain standing in front of Yu Yu. The fifth sword, the sixth sword, the seventh sword. Yu Yu couldn't remember how many swords she had swung, until his sword intent, which had not yet been fully formed, was completely exhausted. With this last strike, Yu Yu exhausted all her strength, but she seemed a little weak, but also extremely stubborn. An ink-colored airflow was generated again, and it directly hit the first view in Yu Yu's hand. The sharp, first enlightenment, flew out backwards, and then inserted into the mud under the martial arts field. Yu Yu looked at this familiar back in dejection. A gust of wind blew past, blowing Lu Chaoga's blue robe. What he was holding in his hand was not too late, which was still unsheathed. You are defeated. Chapter 23. 23, Teached. An unsheathed sword. A silhouette standing against the wind. Lines of ink swordsmanship that surround you. This picture was frozen in Yu Yu's pupils, and then deeply imprinted in her heart. This time, he was defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. He thought that Lu Chaoga was too ambitious to try to study sword intent in the first realm. But I didn't expect that the other party was delusional. He really let his sword intent take shape in this battle. Lu Chaoga's I understand must have been the essence of the sword intent realm. However, Lu Chaoga understood, but Yu Yu was confused. He couldn't figure out how Lu Chaoga did it. His proudest point was in front of Lu Chaoga, and he failed miserably. Yu Yu has paid too much in order to understand the sword intent. Under the waterfall, he blocked his cultivation and practiced swords, and the water hit him, and he couldn't even hold the sword. After sparring with masters, he was knocked flying from the ring again and again. He fought against alien beasts and left himself scarred many times. This scene appeared in his mind, making him more and more depressed. Why? These three words circled in Yu Yu's heart, lingering. Poor little Yu Yu, once again, was made mentally ill. Yu Yu is one of the four world protagonists of Xuantianji, and his temperament is naturally far beyond ordinary people. But now, he is still in the growth stage and has not yet fully developed. A teenager who is only 10 years old is naturally not mature. The scene in front of him is what Ning Ying is happy to see. In her opinion, it seems that Lu Chaoga can always sharpen Yu Yu's sword heart. This is a good thing. A woman with a broad mind is always open-minded. At the same time, Ning Ying was actually curious as to why Lu Chaoga could make such an unprecedented feat. Since ancient times, there were not too many sword cultivators who understood sword intent at a younger age than Lu Chaoga, but there were also some. Comprehending sword intent at his age is considered outstanding, but not the top. However, with the realm of the first realm and the fifth layer of heaven making the sword intent take shape, it is really an unprecedented first case. At least it is not recorded in the scriptures. He is likely to create a historical precedent. If his parents are alive in heaven, they must be very gratified, right? On the martial arts field, Yu Yu took a deep breath. His chest was ups and downs, and although his delicate and beautiful face was still pale, his expression gradually calmed down. Lu Chaoga still turned his back to him. The 18 styles of pulling a man speak with his back to the person. The ink-colored sword intent has dissipated from the air, but the spiritual wind technique, he insisted on using it. After all, if the corners of this robe were not blown up by the wind, it would feel like something was missing. I lost. Yu said after taking a deep breath. He has adjusted his mentality, and Yu is not someone who can't afford to lose. Just now, his whole person seemed to be broken. I was torn apart. Hey, I added it again. He is easy to be fooled just because he is still young and not a mature heir. Bag. What's more, is it not long ago that I was used to being bullied by Lu Chaoga? Ningning nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction with Yu's attitude. Yu looked at Lu Chaoga's back and said in a sincere tone. Seeing your brother Chaoga, Yu has doubts in her heart, and I hope you can answer them. Lu Chaoga heard the words and understood. It seems that it is not the time to stop using spiritual wine technique. The wind continued to blow the corners of his clothes. He turned his back to Yu held the not too late behind him, cherishing the words like gold. Just one word. Speak. Very Grandmaster. Yu opened his mouth and said, seeing your brother Chaoga, Yu was reading the essays of the predecessors in Jiangya. Since ancient times, the predecessors of sword cultivators have said that before the third realm, think less about sword intent, and more as feudal. I also asked Lord Jianzuan about this matter, and Lord Jianzuan also said that with my aptitude, I can comprehend the sword intent in the third realm, which is already a feat. Yu doesn't understand, seeing your brother Chaoga, how did you do it? Speaking of this, his slightly pale face turned a little red. I don't know if I'm embarrassed or if I'm getting excited. When Lu Chaoga heard the words, he gently turned around and turned his back on. Not too late, saying, Little Yu, if you have the essays of predecessors you can read at will. And if you have seen your sword master you can ask and consult, then you are equivalent to standing on the shoulders of giants. Since you are already standing on the shoulders of giants, why not try to see further? As he spoke, the corners of his mouth began to rise, and his tone began to change, and his color became thicker. History, isn't it meant to be broken? Under the martial arts field, the long-legged girl Lu Dongli looked down at the ground and began to find the cracks on the ground again. Brother started again. However, Yu, who had a slight secondary attribute, trembled all over, as if struck by lightning. It is the most likely to react to the earth-flavored words, and the second disease. So it is. Brother Chaoga's heart is not as good as me. Yu then asked another big confusion for everyone present except Xiao Qiu. Seeing your brother Chaoga, when did you start to understand the sword intent? Lu Chaoga looked up at the sky and said lightly. Begins with a sword in my hand. This sentence, Lu Chaoga said with a blushing face and a heartbeat. Although he relied on system upgrades, his experience points were not brought by the wind. Before the many functions of the system were unlocked, he obtained experience points through all kinds of special ways he could think of. Over the years, he has been diligently and silently accumulating like a migrant worker, and now he has a fairly rich family background. In other words, he was indeed preparing for unlocking and upgrading sword intent a long time ago. I was hooked, yes, I did open and hang. But at least I'm a hardworking hooker. Yu felt that she understood. Brother Chaoga has been stuck in the first realm for many years, and it seems that he has his own layout. Therefore, whether it is the 9 heavenly decrees to enlighten the spirit, or the sword intent of the epiphany today, they are nothing more than accumulations. But he never understood him, and even underestimated him because of it. Yu gradually bent down, bowed deeply towards Lu Chaoga, and said loudly, Yu, I have been taught. Ningning looked at the scene in front of her and said in her heart, what a harmonious picture. The plump female elder wearing a black Taoist robe felt that Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com saw the sublimation of friendship. She firmly believes that after this sparring is over, it will not take long for Yu to completely take shape of her sword intent. At the same time, the current Lu Chaoga should bring him a lot of pressure. Right? Although Yu is already in the third realm, but Chaoga has accumulated a lot of money. Will he suddenly catch up one day? Who can say for sure? Ning Ying's peach blossom eyes stared at Lu Chaoga. Back, thinking in my heart. On the martial arts field, after Yu gave a bow, he said, "Senior brother Chaoga, Yu has an unkind request." Lu Chaoga? What are you doing so much, kid? Do you believe it or not? Tell me, he said. Yu looked at Lu Chao's singer, not too late, and said, "Senior brother Chaoga, can you take a look with a sword?" He was really curious about Lu Chaoga's not too late. He really wanted to know what this sword looked like after being warmly raised by senior brother Chaoga for so many years. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the corners of Lu Chaoga's clothes were no longer fluttering in the wind. The wind stopped. He no longer carried the long sword behind him, but raised it again and placed it in front of him. Lu Chaoga repeated what he said earlier. "It will kill people." After speaking, he turned around and looked directly into Yu's eyes. "It's not too late, it's been 9 years since it's been unsheathed." Yu looked at Lu Chaoga's eyes, only to feel that there was a trace of indifference and cruelty in his eyes. Lu Chaoga said in a deep voice, "This sword. Not for you." Chapter 24. 24, Are you dead? As the sun sets in the west, the dim sunlight shone on the pitch-black, not late, as if it had plated brilliant gold powder on this long sword that had not been unsheathed in 9 years. 3 years, 3 years, and 3 years, Lu Chaoga actually didn't know what it would look like if the current, not too late, came out of the sheath. He only knew that even if Yu did not suppress her own cultivation, it would not be enough to face not too late with the strength of the third realm. Look at it with a sword, and you will die when you see it. Yu looked at Lu Chaoga's eyes, and from the indifference and harshness in his eyes, she seemed to understand something. Is it because of that? Yu thought to herself. Back then, a mysterious demon cultivator devastated Qingzhou, and they met Lu Chaoga's parents near Momin. Yu now understood that the reason why senior brother Chaoga didn't use the sword was not because he was arrogant or looked down on himself. If it is said that his sword was really prepared for that demon cultivator, nearly 10 years of painstaking efforts were all contained in the scabbard. You are indeed unworthy. I understand. Yu nodded, knowing that her request was indeed rude. The competition is over, and the outcome has been decided. As the flawless sword body of Kendo Qualification 10, Yu had 3 epiphanies in this competition, according to him. Therefore, he applied to stay in Momin for a few days and retreat for a few days to digest and absorb his own insights. He believed that the day he broke the barrier was the time when his sword intent was formed. Lu Chaoga was a little envious of being able to have an epiphany 3 times in a fight. The protagonist of the world deserves to be the protagonist of the world, and the epiphany that others can't ask for is just a routine operation here. Forget it, don't use the word routine operation, this word always feels weird. However, as the son of heaven's chosen, Lu Chaoga envied him for a while. Anyway, he was a traverser, so he didn't panic. Yu wanted to stay for a few days, and Lu Chaoga, as the head of Momin, naturally would not refuse. After agreeing to Yu's request, he turned to look at the plump Ning. Lu Chaoga had to admit that Aunt Ning was indeed the most chubby figure he had ever seen in his 2 lifetimes. The loose black Taoist robe was a little tight on her body. It stands to reason that Taoist nuns' robes can be considered a kind of Uniform, right? The black Taoist robe should add a touch of coldness and solemnity to people. But it can be worn on the body of Ning Ying, who is charming, and the sense of taboo is indescribable. Aunt Ning, why don't you stay in Momin for a few days? You haven't tasted my craft for a long time, right? Lu Chaoga said. The craft here only refers to cooking. Ning Ying smiled, those peach blossom eyes looked at Lu Chaoga's handsome face, mercilessly pierced him. I think you want me to refine a light boat for you as soon as possible, right? By the way. Lu Chaoga admitted generously, eating soft rice with integrity. The internal test of Tianxuanji is imminent, and Lu Chaoga is well aware of the urination of sand sculpture players. When going down the mountain to conquer the player, a flying magic weapon with a delicate appearance can elevate itself. All you need is a platoon. What's more, Ning Ying's artifact refining skills are superb, and she is the top refining master in the Sword Sect platoon. The quality of the flying magic weapon she produced can't be said. If you take it outside to sell, you can sell it for a lot of money. I really don't know what to say about you. Ning Ying agreed with a smile. Sure enough, a woman of this age will hurt people. As the night got darker, Yu began to retreat, while Ning Ying also found a room and began to refine a light boat for Lu Chaoga. Elder Jianzong's welfare is particularly good, and she can use a lot of resources, and the storage ring is full of various refining materials. 1 green jade leaf, 1 piece of worry-free wood, Ning Ying muttered while taking out the materials. After taking out all the ingredients for refining a light boat, Ning Ying fell into silence. She was wearing a black Taoist robe, her hair was also combed into a Taoist bun, and she was sitting cross-legged on the futon, her eyes closed and contemplative. Her plump buttocks were clinging to the futon, spreading out slightly, tightening the loose hem of the robe, outlining the perfect curvature of the hips and crotch. A woman's crotch is wider than a man's, and the curved arc is the love of many men. Having said that, men are really strange, they seem to like this kind of ups and downs. It didn't take long for Ning Ying to open her eyes, and sighed, forget it. After the refining is over, let's draw a magic circle for Chaoga on a light boat. Although it is a bit troublesome, maybe it will be available someday. How could Ning Ying not understand Lu Chaoga's indescribable temperament? Carve a magic circle for him, maybe one day it will save his life. Let me see the materials, the blood of the black flood dragon is enough. And the juice of the 5-colored spirit flowers is still left, so let's carve a large water curtain for him. The water curtain array engraved by her can block the full blow of the ordinary 5th-level practitioners for Lu Chaoga. For this former friend's son, Ning Ying can also be said to have taken great pains. On the other hand, Lu Chaoga wanted to let Xiaoqiu come to his house tonight, so that he could continue to teach her the basic education of Momin disciples, but was strongly resisted by his sister. Lu Chaoga could see that Xiaoqiu obviously wanted him to make up for her night classes, and in those big eyes, the desire for knowledge was revealed. However, Lu Dongli has already regarded Lu Chaoga as a beast, and she still wants to break Xiaoqiu's temperament as soon as possible. Lu Chaoga looked at the backs of one big and one small, and Lu Dongli was slender. His legs were long and slender, especially the small waist was outlined by the belt and held tightly. Waist essence. If Lu Chaoga remembered correctly, Xia Lizi has a waist. This thing is more intoxicating than a dimple. As for the round-faced Xiaoqiu she is holding. Why does this child look like she has no waist? Originally, he wanted to tap Xiaoqiu's little head 3 times like Patriarch Bodhi did when he knocked on Sun Wukong, but now it seems that he has no chance. After he sighed, he walked towards his bamboo house. Hiding, who had been following Lu Chaoga's ass and had a very low sense of presence, found that he seemed to be ignored by his master again. Fortunately, he is used to it. His existence is a mystery in itself, and it is easy to be ignored. With his dark skin, he perfectly blended into the night. After bowing in the direction Lu Chaoga had left, the dumb disciple of Momin also returned to his bamboo house. When Lu Chaoga's bamboo house is translated into Earth terms, it occupies an area of more than 200 square meters. The bamboo house is simple, but also elegant. As a super-rich second generation in the previous life, he still had a good aesthetic, not the kind of local tyrant without aesthetics. Having said that, now he is indeed worthy of a sentence. Both parents are dead, and he has a sister and a house. Of course, it seems okay to compare Momin to the company left by his parents. It's just that when he came to the door of the bamboo house, Lu Chaoga made a direct move of past the door without entering and continued to walk forward. Not long after he walked in the darkness, he came to a lonely grave. I saw him crouched down, raised his right hand and tapped the wordless tombstone a few times, and asked in the same way, offering, "Are you still there?" Chapter 25. 25. To add money. Lu Chaoga squatted in front of the lonely grave, quietly waiting for the lonely grave to give him a response. The mysterious enshrined in the tomb is a master who was picked up by chance by the 31st generation head of Momin. According to the records of the Sect classics, this worshipper seems to have some problems with his mind. Fragmented memory, forgot a lot of things. At the same time, even though he has a high level of cultivation, his ears don't seem to be very easy to use, like an old man with a deaf ear. After the enshrined came to the door, he almost always closed in the tomb. It seems that it will hang up at any time, and even the coffin and tombstone are prepared for themselves. In the end, she didn't hang up, but the head of Momin went for 5 generations. According to the records of the classics, this worshipper is not a human practitioner, but a monster. The specific race is not clearly stated in the books for some reason. This seems a little wrong, and I think it's a bit tricky. Lu Chaoga wondered, could it be a turtle? This has sent the 5 generation head away in one breath, and he felt that he might also be sent away by the sky lying in the coffin. It didn't take long for wisps of blue smoke to rise above the solitary tomb. As if responding to Lu Chaoga, yes, not dead. It's still there. Lu Chaoga said. Then, he said loudly to the lonely grave, offering, during the time when I was not on the mountain, there was nothing wrong with the sect, right? His voice was a little loud, for fear that the worshipper might not be able to hear clearly. Blue smoke came out of the tomb again, and it swayed left and right, as if shaking his head. That's good. After chatting for a while, Lu Chaoga stood up, raised his head, and said, "Sacrificial, can you see how the sect is different today?" The blue smoke did not come out, and the lonely grave remained silent. I don't know if she didn't hear what she said, or if she just ignored it. Lu Chaoga was not annoyed by this, he just squatted and took out a dark golden long needle from his ink ring. This long needle is called blood needle, and its function is to extract the essence and blood from the practitioner's body. As I said before, the so-called enshrinement is considered to be half of one's own people in the sect, and is outside the establishment. It is generally conditional to enshrine the sect. Some people may be asking for money, which is the spiritual stone that is used as currency in the spiritual world. Some people may want some kind of heaven and earth treasures, magic weapons, and exercises. There is friendship anyway, but there is also a deal. This mysterious monster of Momin worships her. Her promise to Momin is to protect Danking Fang. That is to say, if Dan Qingfeng is attacked by a foreign enemy, she will help. Many years ago, this enshrined shot once. The specific situation is also not recorded in the Zongmen classics, but it is certain that Mo Min survived the disaster because of her. The price that Mo Min will pay is somewhat uncertain, and her requirements for each generation of Mo Min are different. For example, when Lu Chaoga's father, Lu Qingfeng, was still alive, her request was to provide a spiritual bead every month. The so-called spirit bead is to take a bead that can store spirit, and then infuse one's own spirit power into it. In Lu Chaoga's generation, her request was a drop of blood essence every month. Don't look at it as just a drop, but after extracting it with blood needle, Lu Chaoga will instantly feel like his body is being hollowed out, and he will enter the saint mode in seconds. On weekdays, he would dream back at midnight, and occasionally miss his ex-girlfriends in his past lives that he couldn't count. Due to the large number of them, I have not recalled the same until now. Sometimes, I don't know which ex-girlfriend to miss for a while. But after the extraction of blood essence, it will be different immediately. A song called Shanghai will echo in her ears. She understands, I can't afford it. It stands to reason that, like this model, Lu Chaoga is a bit repulsive. It doesn't feel good to be an empty sun. What's more, is this normal blood? This is the blood of the chosen son. But Lu Chaoga couldn't refuse the price offered by the other party. Dirty negotiating skills, actually adding money. Perhaps it was knowing that extracting blood essence would cause a few days of discomfort, or perhaps it was for other reasons. In addition to promising to protect Danqing Peak, this demon worshipper also provided Lu Chaoga with other things. That is to guide his practice. It is not so much a counseling as it is to provide him with a suitable exercise. The sects in the profound sky realm do not mean that all the disciples within a sect practice the same technique. In fact, each sect has its own treasure house of exercises, and a first-rank sect like Jianzong can provide tens of thousands of exercises for its disciples to choose from. As a subordinate sect of Jianzong, Mo Min can actually use various ways, such as making contributions to Jianzong, and then exchange for Jianzong's exercises. However, with Mo Min's current comprehensive strength, it would be a bit of a nonsense to want to exchange for higher-level exercises. In the game Tiangshuanji, the level setting of the exercises is also distinguished by color. The worst is the yellow level, then the blue level, the purple level, and the legendary orange level. In Mo Min's exercise library, the most advanced exercises are blue level, and they are not blue level low level, but blue level middle level. This is the time when Mo Min was still brilliant, and after making outstanding contributions, it was exchanged from Jianzong. In fact, the level of blue level exercises is not too bad. Some professional players only practice blue level exercises. Players want to come into contact with purple level exercises, and the difficulty factor is very high. In fact, in the entire profound sky realm, there are not many known purple level exercises. In the previous life, the spear cultivator that Lu Chaoga played also practiced blue level exercises, called Balong Jiu Tianju. A nasty name. In fact, the lower level exercises, the more domineering the names tend to be. The blue level ones are not bad. Many yellow level exercises are called a cow. It always gives people a feeling of being alone in the sky and the earth. The yellow level is worthy of being the yellow level. And like many purple level exercises, the names are generally low-key and casual. The road is simple. The magic that the monsters in the grave enshrined for Lu Chaoga was purple. Isn't it just some blood essence? I'm still young, take it and take it. How can a man say no? The transaction was thus successfully concluded. Lu Chaoga held the blood needle, and gently pricked his left middle finger. Very skillfully. A drop of very dark, red to black blood was instantly drawn out. Yu reading www.sonicmental.com. The vigorous Lu Chaoga suddenly seemed a little sluggish, even a little drowsy. The moment the blood was dripping, it disappeared in an instant and was taken away from the air. Lu Chaoga could feel that the worshipper in the tomb seemed to have a strong desire for his own blood and blood. If it wasn't for her lying in the coffin all the time, she never showed up. Lu Chaoga would suspect that the moment she was bleeding, she would directly open her mouth to hold her fingertips, and then suck hard. Do you have to drink blood while it's still hot? Lu Chaoga was puzzled. After fulfilling his obligations, Lu Chaoga said confidently, offering, "What about the second volume of the practice?" "It's just that due to the overdraft of the body, the voice appears strong on the outside and dry in the middle. Although it is loud, it is very vain. In the profound sky realm, exercises are divided into volumes. The first volume corresponds to the first realm. In the first realm, the first volume is practiced, and the second realm is the second volume. For some exercises, there are only 3 or 4 volumes, which represents the upper limit of its cultivation. The predecessors only paved the road for you here. If you still want to continue to practice, brave boy, use your little brains. And go ahead and innovate. As for whether they will go crazy in the process of innovation, it can only be that everyone has his own destiny, and everyone depends on their abilities." According to the agreement between Lu Chaoga and this mysterious worshipper, the worshipper should provide him with follow-up exercises in advance. When he was in the first realm, he had to provide the second volume. In the second realm, the third volume will be provided. There was no way, although this enshrined succumbed to the 5 generation head in one breath, she was always lying in a coffin in seclusion, which made Lu Chaoga feel very insecure.